All right, here we are, gentlemen. Happy Saturday.
Woo!
Uh,
Good to be here.
we are session 11 of Adventures in Emathan. So, start off the night as we normally do with a recap of our last session. A little mood music. Hearing that okay, guys?
Yeah, it's good.
All right. So, a recap of last session, session 10. As the last session began, Douglan and Nightingale were standing on the street just outside of the Luck and Fortune House of Smoke. Elam suggested that the party would find good accommodations at the Tall Tale Inn, just a short walk to the west. He said to make sure to tell them that he sent you. With that, the party headed to the inn for a short night's rest, knowing that they would have to get up early to meet with Rainier Alduin before heading to the docks to catch their ship to Vargas. The party awoke early in the morning and headed straight to the Vanguard Keep. Rainier was updated on the situation with Lord Felmorn Riovar, and he promised he would not get involved with the situation at Castle Evandor unless called upon. As discussed the previous day, Rainier gave the party Vanguard amulets that they could use to enlist the help of the Vanguard anywhere their travels took them. The party departed and headed straight to the eastern docks. As the party arrived to board the Raven Song, they had their first look at the other passengers that would be joining them. The first was a relatively clean-cut, nicely dressed dwarven man. The second was a slightly disheveled elven man. The third was a very attractive tiefling woman. And the final, a heavily cloaked human with a large dog. Shortly after passengers settled into their mid-deck cabins, Lafferty Jones knocked on Nightingale's room door. Nightingale, disguised as Baraphus Belfor, answered. Lafferty explained that he had figured that Baraphus was Nightingale. He told Nightingale that he had been hired by Anton Tianchar to help them find the Sickle of the Harvest Moon. Nightingale called on Douglan, disguised as Jespers Penniless, to confirm that Lafferty was who he said he was. Lafferty told him that Anton said to tell Douglan that Jackie was looking down on him. With that, Nightingale and Douglan were convinced that Lafferty was a friend. As the three continued their conversation, Darrom Moltenmane, the elven man they had seen boarding the ship, knocked on the room door and invited the group for a drink in the common room. Nightingale, Douglan, and Lafferty headed to meet him. As they entered the room, they found Darrom and the tiefling woman talking. She introduced herself as Diza. After a few drinks and a little discussion, Diza excused herself to go on deck for some air. At that same time, Landis von Tenebrin entered. After a brief discussion, Landis asked Douglan if he could speak with him in private. Douglan and Landis went to Douglan's room, where Landis explained how he had come to be on the ship. He showed Douglan the book that his grandfather had given him and the picture inside. Although Douglan did not fully understand what he was seeing or hearing, he accepted that Landis was somehow a part of the events that were unfolding. The trip to Vargas was mostly uneventful. Nightingale, Douglan, Lafferty, and Landis got to know each other better and tried to get to know their fellow passengers better as well. Highlights of the two-day voyage included a fine dinner with Captain Brenton Grey Tattersall, Diza confronting Nightingale about being in disguise, the Raven Song flying a black flag in response to the approach of another vessel, and a request from Darrom to have the party accompany him to Coldhorn, acting as his entourage and bodyguards. Finally, Just after 5 p.m. on the second day, the Raven Song made its way into Vargas, a city built into an enormous sea cave. As soon as everyone was ashore, Darrom headed out to prepare for the party's arrival for supper and discussion about their trip to Coldhorn. As Diza prepared to leave, she was approached by two rough-looking half-orcs who stated she had unfinished business with their boss. Diza immediately looked to the party for help. Nightingale was able to convince the two to leave without incident, but it was clear that the situation was not over. Diza confessed that she owed a large sum of gold to a man in whale spell and was trying to hide until she could figure out how to pay it back. She asked to continue on to Coldhorn with the party, which they agreed to. As the conversation finished up, a young man named Malcolm Petterin approached and asked if he could provide some guide services for the party while they were in Vargas. The party agreed, and Malcolm arranged transportation to their accommodations. Diza staying at Storm's End Inn with Darrom, and the rest of the party heading to the Good Night's Rest Inn. After settling into their rooms and deciding it was time to remove their disguises, Nightingale, Douglas, Lafferty, and Landis headed to the Storm's End Inn to meet Darrom and Diza for dinner. Upon arrival, Nightingale apologized for the disguises and explained that they were actually Nightingale and Douglan. Darrom confessed that Diza had told him about the disguises and that he had had suspicions himself. With the air cleared, the party settled in to enjoy dinner and discuss business in Coldhorn. As today's session begins, it is the 34th day of the third Trigon of Gath's influence at approximately 8 p.m. The party are seated around a large table at the Storm's End Inn with Darrom and Diza. Darrom has ordered food and drinks for all as you discuss your travels and plans to Coldhorn. Darrom has reminded the party that although he will pay the tab, you will still need to arrange your passage to Coldhorn yourselves. Passage that you will be making on the Dragonfly, owned by Windwalker Travels. It's almost like you guys did a lot of stuff in the last session.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit.
Just a skosh.
Well, we shan't take long for dinner, shall we? Since we still have to head up to the Dragonfly and talk to Selena.
Yeah, so we are, we have to wrap up dinner and then head over to book we're going to use Expedia, the D&D version of Expedia.
To make your arrangements? Well, you'll get the best. Yeah, that's how you get the best price. So, Darrom, he turns to you all. The food's been delivered now, and you're all sitting about the tavern part of the Storm's End Inn. He says, "Gentlemen, I have to make a delivery to Coldhorn. This is an annual trip for me, and during my last trip, there was a bit of a situation that occurred. Won't get into the details, but let's say that I lost something that I was to deliver at that time, which has caused me a lot of grief since then. On this trip, I would like to ensure that that does not happen again. That is why I've asked you to accompany me as both my entourage and bodyguards for this trip. We've spoken a little bit of the agreement. I want to make sure we are on the same page. I will pay all of the travel costs to get us to Coldhorn. And as per some additional bargaining, I will pay each of you 100 gold pieces when my delivery is made. Is this agreeable to everyone?
Nightingale will look over at Darrom and be like, "You say you've lost something. By lost, do you mean someone took it from you? And if so, who is that someone?"
I'm not exactly sure who they were. I have some theories, which I will not get into now. Maybe we can speak of it on our travels to the north. But what I lost was the payment I was to deliver to my client. He had no interest in giving me relief on that payment. This trip will set me straight. I don't want anything to occur.
Darrom, can I ask a question? You were on the same route when this happened?
Yes, as I said, I make 2 trips a year to Coldhorn. Once in the spring, once in the fall. This was my annual trip in the fall, and unfortunately I was attacked, and the payment I was to deliver was taken from me.
Was this in the air?
No, it's when I reached Coldhorn.
Did it feel like an ambush? Forgive an old soldier, just trying to plan the strategy here a little.
Douglan, my thoughts are that this was a planned job, not a coincidence.
Douglan, perhaps now's not the time to talk about the details. There could be ears listening.
Fair enough. It's just if we need to stock up on something in particular, now's the time. So once we're in the air, it's a little too late. We'll be landing. So again, though, yes, discretion. I agree. Apologies, Nightingale.
Now, gentlemen, do remember you you need to make your arrangements before they close up shop. So we should maybe finish up our dinners and have another drink or two, and it'll be a good time to head down and speak with Selena about your passage. I have already sent word and payment, but it is the Windwalker Travels policy that they want to meet each person that will be traveling with them.
Excuse me, Mr. Darrom. This will be very, very brief. You know the city, right? You've been here before. You've traversed the city a bit.
Yes, my boy, I live here most of the time anyway.
Well, perhaps again, I don't know if we'll have time, Mr. Nightingale or Landis. But is there like a some type of a library or a magic shop that maybe you could direct me to if time is willing? Again, I don't know. I know we have a lot to do, but I'm always interested in looking for things new.
There are several magic shops in Vargas. Not somewhere that I frequent. I'm sure they would be closed up for the night now, my boy, but maybe you can speak with Malcolm in the morning. The Dragonfly generally leaves about noontime for the trip, so you might have a little time in the morning to deal with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Nightingale. As the discussions are being had, you start to get a familiar uneasy feeling about you. You've had this several times before, and then, like the other times, you hear Lord Baskel in your head. And he says, "Don't think, because you left Evandor alive, I have given up. I'm tired of this game. Time is up, Bashir. Death calls you home.
You guys can watch Nightingale physically just kind of begin to crouch down as he's looking around.
As you're sort of crouching down, Nightingale, there's someone reaches out and pulls on your just on the side of your clothing, somewhat scaring the bejesus out of you. It's a young boy, and he's couldn't be much more than maybe 11, 12 years old, and he's looking at you and he goes, "Hey, you Nightingale."
Who wants to know?
Well, not me, but I got this message I was told to deliver to you. Do you want it or what?
Nightingale will slip the kid a silver and take the message.
Wow, he said I'd only get a copper for this. That's great.
Who's the person that gave you this message, boy?
Do I look dumb? And he turns around and walks away.
They don't raise him like they used to on the streets.
Douglan chuckles. It can't help himself.
Nightingale will kind of open this message up.
All right. I am going to drop this message into your inventory.
I don't want it. I don't want it. Only if it's good news and has something to do about Melton.
Nightingale has a stalker.
I've got to find that Melton fella.
Towards the bottom of your sheet, you will see a message scroll from.
Okay. It's a very peaceful name. It's nice. Oh, damn. Would you like to know what it says, Egan? I bet you do.
Douglan knows when to mind his own business, but Lafferty is like trying to analyze the whole thing, but just does not. He can't connect it. He doesn't know enough about Nightingale. So
Nightingale's hand is like shaking a little as he's reading this note and kind of folds it up, pokes it in his pouch, and looks for the waitress to order a drink.
Okay, your waitress comes by.
If I could possibly get a strong dwarven brandy.
Oh, Mr. Nightingale, you remember the last time you had a dwarven brandy? Perhaps I could.
I remember exactly. Thank you, Landis. I'm looking for that right now, if you don't mind.
Ah, I see. Okay. Well,
perhaps you join me.
Yeah, sure. Yes. I'll take one too. Yes.
Ma'am, make it 4 for the table, or 5 for my dwarven friend.
She hurries off to fill your order.
Nightingale will do a quick scan of the room, Colin. See if he notices anybody particularly paying attention to our table, or vice versa, seeming to ignore it altogether.
Give us a perception check. Wow, first roll of the night. So in Twitch, what were the odds of the perception being the first roll of the night?
Oh, and it being a single digit. Ouch.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
That is the TSN turning point.
There's nobody really in here. They all seem to be minding their own business, eating, laughing, doing their own thing. Nobody really catches your attention within the room. The kid's long gone. He went straight back out the door and
yeah. Is Diza at our table too?
She is.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Landis or Nightingale will just kind of be like you know, pounding back the food. Like, I think we should be getting to the Windwalker Travels before it gets too late, guys.
Yeah. Lafferty pulls out like a little contraption. You hear this tick, tick, tick. He's like, yeah, if what Mr. Darrom said, we have about an hour, by my calculations, to get there. Mr. Darrom, how long does it take to get to there from here?
Oh, shouldn't take you more than a few minutes, boy.
Okay. Well, then we have
Travel up through the cavern. The Dragonfly and Windwalker Travels are up towards the roof of the cavern. You'll see it. You can't miss it.
Well, Douglan's gonna slam his brandy, put it down. Lafferty is looking at it instead, rubbing it between his fingers and all that. So, okay, we have 47 minutes.
Go. So I take it those shots came and.
Oh yeah, yep. Came. You finished off your meals, the drinks. So Darrom is, well, you best get going. I don't want you to miss the travel. We must get to Coldhorn tomorrow, or we must leave for Coldhorn tomorrow. Diza and I will meet you there just before noon. Always best to be a little early. The Dragonfly always leaves on time.
Douglan turns to Diza. Stay out of trouble now, lass. All right.
She just gives kind of a weak smile, and she's been a little more timid since the incident on the docks.
Nightingale will give a short bow to Darrom and be like, "Don't worry, sir. We'll be there on time. We do have a deal."
Okay, you head out from the Storm's End, out into, I guess we'll call it the Vargas nightlife, which is pretty much not much reduced from the pace of daylight.
Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like Vegas. The torchlights are amazing.
Yeah. I mean, this place is lit almost all the time by torches and lanterns and that.
Anyway.
I mean, there is a certain amount of light that comes in because it's open in the top of the cavern and the front of the cavern, but a lot of it is just constantly lit by torches and lanterns and the like. Lots of fire barrels sort of around to keep the dampness and the cold from inside. And
Nightingale will try to usher everybody along somewhat discreetly but quickly, if not being too obvious about it. You know, like, oh, look behind this cart. It's a good place to walk. Less dirt and grime. But trying to be as subtle as he can about it. Well, he's keeping a very close eye out.
So, as Darrom had said, you find your way. He just said go up. So you go along, you find stairs that go up to another level, and you can see what he's talking about. And this complex that Windwalker, it actually is hung off the ceiling of the cavern. So it's like suspended, and the ship is just sitting in beside it, a couple of gangplanks across it. You can see people moving cargo back and forth and the like. And after a few minutes of travel up and along some rope bridges and such, you find your way to Windwalker Travels.
We're looking for Solana.
Yes.
Okay.
You see there is a guy there who he looks in charge, talking and giving directions to people and such. He looks like he would probably be a good place to start.
We'll approach him. Douglan, do you mind talking to this guy for me?
No problem. You there? Is this your
Hello.
ship?
As a matter of fact, it is. My name is Darius. I'm the captain.
Pleasure to meet you, Douglan. We need to book passage if we can for tomorrow's voyage. We have a.
You are the ones that Darrom said would be arriving?
That's correct.
Head up the gangplank over there. That young lady towards the after the ship is my daughter, Solana. She will make sure that you understand what's required of our departure tomorrow.
What was the captain's name? Sorry.
Darius. Darrius.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. We look forward to having you on board.
So we'll head up to where Solana, or where he instructed us to go.
So everybody in the party, Douglan, Nightingale, Landis, and Lafferty. Lafferty, you have seen airships.
Mm-hmm.
This is not an airship. This is a sky ship.
Okay.
The difference being a sky ship does not have a balloon. It flies through magical means.
Uh-huh.
By the make of this ship, Lafferty, you are fairly certain it was built in Nome.
Lafferty's eyes are just two big saucers. Like he is just staring at this thing, trying to analyze everything. He sees gnomish craftsmanship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. Incredible. There's no balloon. Yes.
So it literally looks like a ship you would expect to sail on the ocean, except it's floating here hundreds of feet up in the air beside this, the Windwalker Travels.
Landis will kind of walk by Lafferty. The magic is quite amazing, isn't it?
It's incredible. They must be using some type of magical compression with the air, maybe even through the means of an air. And he just drones on, and I don't know if Landis's eyes go roll back his head, but he
no, Landis would be like, yeah, the possibilities are endless.
Yes. Oh, I love it. He's got someone to talk to, or at least someone who will listen.
Yeah, someone who will listen.
Awesome.
As you guys are walking up onto the gangplank onto the ship, Solana notices the four of you and starts walking over towards you. And to answer, I think, what was your question, Egan? The ship is quite large.
Got it.
It's a frigate. If you know how big a frigate is.
No, but I can Google it. From the magical land of Google. Are you Solana?
I am. And you are Darrom's friends?
That's right, Douglan. Pleasure to meet you, lass.
Pleasure to meet you as well. There is a Nightingale.
Nightingale will bow. At your service, madam.
Nice to meet you. And a Landis
and a
will Lafferty.
Give a nod.
That is the four of you, I believe.
Lafferty and Lafferty's about ready to ask her 1,000 questions, and Douglan just kind of puts his hand later.
Now, we do have a policy that we do like to meet all of our passengers ahead of time. So that is why we did ask for you to come up and meet with, I believe you've met briefly with my father, the captain. The ship will be departing tomorrow at noon. And we do always depart on time. So we ask that everyone is on board no less than a half hour before departure. Is that agreeable to everyone?
It is, lass.
It seemed fair.
Now, All of the payments have been made for your trip. Um, although we carry passengers, this ship is primarily a cargo ship. But you will be comfortable, and we will most certainly look after you. We have things set up. There are 2 rooms with double beds for the 4 of you. Darrom has booked a room, and he has booked another room for Diza, who we met earlier. You are welcome to trade around who stays in which room. That does not matter to us. And we will have 2 other passengers on board that have booked our 5th and final room.
So is it just you and your father as the crew?
Oh no, we have a large crew that's required to sail the vessel.
Understood. Was there any...
Nightingale will be, Madam, have you had any crew changes at this port that we might inquire about?
Not that I'm aware of. Our crew is pretty stable. Occasionally we change out a crew member or 2 if they're unavailable for a trip. We do fly back and forth to Coldhorn pretty much twice a week. So sometimes our crew members need a little extra time off. But yes, for the most part, our crew has been with us for quite some time.
And you must forgive the intrusion of these questions, but I'm not sure if you are aware of our arrangement with Mr. Darrom, but I must ask, these 2 other passengers, were they late-minute additions, or have they been booked for a while?
Oh, no, they have been booked for almost a week now, yes.
Excellent.
They are a couple. I don't know a lot about them, but apparently they are relocating to help out with the new temple in Coldhorn.
Oh, excellent. Holy people. Always a good thing on a ship, I guess. Having a god in your favor.
Indeed.
Douglan looks side-eye at you. Couldn't agree more.
I'm sorry, Doug. I didn't mean an offense that you weren't a holy man.
I don't really know what I am, to be quite honest with you, lad.
Landis will kind of walk over next to Solana and be like, I'd like to introduce you to Mud since he'll be on board. So you need to meet all the crew, or passengers, I should say.
She goes over. Is it okay if I touch him?
Oh, he's harmless.
She gives him, typical scratch, belly rub. Mud approves.
Nightingale will be like, well, lads, since we've checked in, what now? Back to the hotel? Perhaps secure a room?
Perhaps. What time of night are we?
You're 9-ish. By the time you left and made your way up there and had your little conversation, it's. I mean, outside is dark. Vargas is lit only by lanterns and torches now.
Solana, sorry, I tend to do this. It annoys my mates, but what sort of trouble have you met in the air between here and Coldhorn, if any?
Douglan, we've been flying this route for a lot of years. We have encountered various flying creatures before. Probably the worst. There is a family of green dragons that live in the forest near Coldhorn, and they took a liking to the ship one time, and although we did not kill the dragon, we were able to repel it. But as you can see, looking around the ship, we're fairly well armed and able to look after ourselves in the air.
Good to hear. Are there like ballistas and
Yeah, kind of looking over the ship, there's some sort of catapult device on the aft deck. There's a big ballista in the front, and then 2 ballistas on either side. And then, looking around, you can see what I would sort of categorize as weapon lockers in various places on the deck that people could go and grab bows, crossbows, and bolts and things like that to fight
Douglan
on deck.
pulls Lafferty back as he starts to wander over to the catapult. Not now, lad. Not now. He's just over there, like ready to. Yeah. I think Nightingale. Got anything else?
No, I'm totally ready to go. I think these sailors have everything under control.
Have any of you ever flown on a skyship before?
No, I can't say I have. Landis
Will be the first.
This will be the first for me.
Well, it is a very smooth travel. I am sure that you will enjoy the trip.
Excellent.
We will see you tomorrow, 11:30, no later.
We'll be here.
Until tomorrow, then, gentlemen. Have a good night.
All right. So we head back to the Good Night's Rest Inn. See if we can find Malcolm to give us directions to some. I mean, we can montage that. I'm okay with that, but whatever.
Malcolm took off for the night.
Got it.
Last
Okay.
session. Yeah.
So hopefully in the morning he can direct us.
So what are we doing? We headed back to your inn and crashing for the night?
Yeah. Should we do a watch since we're in Vargas and it's not a friendly place?
Yeah, I think so.
Lafferty, Nightingale?
Yeah, Lafferty's got a few little tricks he can put out, like basically like a.
Just a reminder, you're all in individual rooms in the Good Night's Rest.
Yeah.
Remember, I sort of described the Good Night's Rest is built into the rock side.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
And you go through almost tunnels with stairs until you get to a door. And then when you go in there, every room has an outside window. And then you just kind of continue along the stairs and you'll come to another door and it goes into another room. Each room is completely different than every other room because they're all just literally carved out of the rock.
As we're walking, Lafferty goes to Nightingale. Mr. Nightingale, I couldn't help but notice that ever since you got that note, you seem to be a little bit on edge. You're always looking over your shoulder. Is everything okay?
Yes. It's just that dwarven brandy. You tried to warn me, and now it's got me all foggy-headed. I just keep hearing footsteps behind me. It's nothing to worry about.
Well, it was clearly before you drank the brandy, sir. But okay, I get it. I understand. Should we maybe then double up if you want? We could share a room. I can put a little trap in front of the door, so if somebody comes in, they can't see it. Boom, they go up. They're going to be hanging from the magical ceiling that I create. I could do that for both doors if you'd like.
Yeah, if I could get the extra protection, that'd be wonderful. In a place like this, you never know where someone like me might draw attention.
Sure, but
I don't really need a bed mate.
Well, no, you're a fine-looking gentleman, I think, behind that mask. But I'm married to my work, sir.
It's not exactly what I meant, but did the trick anyway.
So no, Douglan's Lafferty, you can, if you would like, you can stay with me if you're nervous. I'm not nervous. They need lets it go.
So Colin, Nightingale's going to, we're all kind of like 4 rooms across from each other type thing, right? In this place.
Not across.
Okay.
But you're 4 rooms in a row as you make your way up this. It's almost like a very long winding, because you kind of come around this side and there's a door, and then you walk along, and there's a door, and then you make your way around the back, and you come around, and there's a door, and it just works its way up. So if you look at this place from the front, there's like 2 windows, then 2 windows, then 2 windows, working its way up the rock side here.
Very cool. So whereabouts is Nightingale in that order? The front, second, third, fourth, headed up?
Well, you guys could have picked the rooms any way you want, so you tell me.
Okay, Nightingale's going to suggest to Douglan, perhaps someone with your particular skills should have the first room in case someone tries to get us.
All right.
And Nightingale's going to kind of walk in the room, and he's going to take that message, Colin, that message scroll, and hide it under Douglan's pillow and try to do it sleight of hand.
Okay.
You want me to do a sleight of hand check?
Yeah, sure.
It's just like, you two, you're just passing it off on me. Oh, a 9. Oof, not very good. Probably good enough for Douglan.
Oh no, man. Come on. I think I can do a 9.
No, Douglan sees you trying to shove this note under his pillow.
What you on about, Nightingale? Just come clean, lad. What's up?
I didn't want to alarm you, but that boy you saw come in the bar, he asked me to deliver this message to Douglan McCain. And I was like, there's no Douglan McCain here. So I took the message for you.
I don't need to roll dice to know you're full of shite, lad. What you on about?
What do you mean dice, Douglan?
What you on about, lad?
It's like, fine, Douglan. And he'll hand the note over to him. Which I'm trying to find here.
It's towards the bottom of your sheet.
Oh, wow. Did you get it, the message?
Yeah. Douglan, like, all mirth is gone. Well, ain't that an interesting note to be given?
Yes, indeed.
I am sure there's a long story that's behind this, but what have you done to attract such attention? Wait on that, lad. What do we do about it? I don't think you should be in your room alone, lad. And why the fuck were you putting it under my pillow?
Douglan, I wanted you to discover it. You're Douglan. This wouldn't faze you. I didn't want to drag all of you into this.
Well, first of all, I don't know who the hell Crimson Shiver and Lord Baskel. So if you thought that this note was directed at me, I'd be as confused as anyone. But if they're after you, just say so. I got your back. Now, what are we going to do about this?
Well, if Lafferty is a quarter of the man that spews out of him constantly, he's got a few things that can maybe alert us if anyone's coming. But I think on a safety sense, since I kind of stand out and you've all been seen with me, perhaps if we all bunk in one tonight, it might be, if it's a big enough room. How big are these rooms, Colin? Would we all be able to fit in there?
The beds are made for 2 people at most.
Big spoon, little spoon? Or at least double up.
Yeah,
everybody has bed rolls, and if somebody's on a watch, and
plus I only need 4.
Yeah,
4 hours. Yeah.
I will fully take a watch. Me and Lafferty can take it, and you guys can sleep, and one of us just hang out. And hopefully by noon tomorrow, we're out of this place and this threat is a little less. That's why I asked if anyone was new on the ship or if any of these passengers were short notice.
Well, it's sound, at least half measure sound, Nightingale. The other half is telling us beforehand instead of sneaking a note.
Yes.
Haven't I earned your trust yet?
You have, Douglan. It's just I was worried that if I had brought trouble, then you would leave me here in Vargas.
What in my past with us together would lead you to believe that I'd leave you behind?
Because my troubles put all of your troubles at risk of getting solved, Douglan.
Well, if I may, all the shite that Anton brought down on all of us, it's more my fault than yours. So why don't we get past this? And we're together now, eh? This is what a traveling group does. They watch each other's back, but we can't do that if we don't know.
Well, do you know when I know, Douglan? From this point on.
I'm counting on that. All right. Lafferty, do your thing. We're going to stay in one room. Let's stay in mine. You two take the first watch. Landis, I don't know if you need as much sleep as I do. I need a lot these days.
I'll take what
Lafferty.
sleep I can get if these two elves are willing to do the watch.
Lafferty, you set up your whatever you're going to do. And I think one of you should be looking out the window. How big is the window?
It's an average size window, maybe a foot and a half across by 2 feet up, which would be
big enough for someone to come and go, but
big enough for someone to come through. But also remember, you're quite a ways off the ground with the way this place is built up the side.
Knowing there are millions of means to go up. Flight, levitation,
ropes,
rogue skill set.
Very true.
Nightingale's gonna go to Lafferty and be like, Lafferty, I think it would be a good idea if you could set a trap in our other rooms too to alert us if anyone enters.
So, okay, here's what we can do. I can use a couple of decoys for the other ones that are really they just make noise. They're not going to do anything, but if they step on it, then it's going to alert us. But the one that's going to actually catch them, I think I'll use because they can't see it. Once it goes down, you can't see it. It's quite ingenious. I have this liquid, and he starts to describe the spell. Get to it, lad. You can tell about it later. So you see him pull out just this little piece of rope, pours a little liquid on it, puts it down, and he's going to put it down inside the room. Well, let me ask you, Colin, 5 feet inside the door would leave us with how much space?
Would it put us at risk?
The room's probably not much more than 10, 12 feet by 10, 12 feet. Yeah.
He's going to put it then just outside so the 5 feet right in front of the door. It's called snare. It's a 5 foot.
Wait,
basically.
Would that cover the full hallway though? So that if anybody walks by us, they go up in the trap. Is it just our rooms, Colin, or is there anyone above us?
Oh no, there's lots of rooms above you.
So that might not be a good idea.
People will be going up and down these hallways to get to their rooms.
Okay. Well, then I can do a contraption to at least alarm us. Basically, put something on the door itself, and I can put something on the window. It's just strictly something that would make a racket. Quite frankly, Colin, it's not really a spell. It's just something that I would tinker with and
can't you just make like little trinkets?
Yeah, no, it's
so something that when it opens, it goes, crap, someone's coming.
Yeah, I literally can make something that if you touch it, it makes a sound. So between that, I can also do what do you call it? Like something that creates light. So basically, what I would like to do is a couple little contraptions, like just inside the door, like as you open it, if you step on it, it's going to make a noise, or something that if they turn the handle, it's going to make a noise and a light will flash. And then I would also like to put one along the rim of the window. So if they lift up that, it will release a little thing and it'll just make a a little noise
sound.
and like, yeah.
Okay.
Landis will go over to Lafferty, be like, Landis, Mud won't let anybody get in here as well. He's got a good nose on him, that dog. Plus, and you see Landis just goes like this, and out of his hat drops this little black spider. And he's like, this is Hero. I'll put him out in the hallway, and he'll keep an eye on things as well.
Well, funny you should mention that too. Once Lafferty's done doing all of this, you kind of see him sit down and he kind of closes his eyes, and from his neck, you see the black start to pulsate. And that tattoo that you saw on him crawls out and then comes out. And all of a sudden you see this sort of a black hued owl. There's feathers, but it's definitely a let's say more from the Fae, more from the, we haven't quite determined exactly.
Kind of like a smoky owl.
Yeah, there's going to be some residual, like, it's an owl, definitely, but it has sort of a little trail of blackish ink trailing it, if you will. He's still going to be called Pez, though. But yeah, he also has excellent. And if
maybe he could watch outside.
I was going to say we can send him out, and he can hide and keep things a visual.
I think we're set. Colin, Landis will let Hero kind of. It's just a small. Looks like a like that Black Widow style spider, like very not hairy tarantula, just thin, and they'll take off and crawl up along the roof and head kind of down to the beginning of the hallway coming up.
So what I think maybe let me do this in character. Landis, it's a wonderful insect there, beautiful. Perhaps it would be better if your friend took the inside, and then I can send my friend outside to look down on our window. Perhaps, like, let's put him out because he can fly, right? So let's put him outside, and then yours, since it can't fly, could maybe watch the inside.
I couldn't agree more. Perhaps too, what is your familiar's name?
It's Pez. It's Pez. What about
Pez.
Yours?
Hero.
Hero. Very nice to meet you, Hero.
Pez, greetings. Perhaps Pez could also watch the front door.
So let me ask you.
Front door of the inn.
Right. Colin, would there be a perspective that the owl could get to like perch and see both, or no?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Somewhere that it could perch outside to watch the window and the door. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, got it. Yep. So what I think I'll do then is, I think then after his rest, he's going to he'll stay in familiar sight.
Familiar mode?
Yeah.
Just lay in bed watching.
Yeah.
Eyes closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's our setup, Colin. We've trapped it, barred it. We've got dogs, spiders, owls. Bring it.
It's going to come through the floor. It's going to come straight
through just dimension door right in, slit my throat and be gone. Like, crap.
All right. Well, the night, there are people that come and go from the inn all night, people that travel, people that are coming back late into the night, people that are leaving early in the morning, which you all sort of pay attention to as depending on whose watch it is. Yeah. But the night goes without any sort of trouble, shall we say.
We got all dressed up.
That's okay. We took away every option. Look at it that way, Egan. We did our job well.
Yeah.
And it is
the owl's
now,
gonna stay, Colin.
You're just starting to see the outside light of day starting to make it inside the cavern. It's, we'll say it's sort of 7 o'clock in the morning when you guys decide, okay, that's it. Time to get moving.
Too much masculinity in this small room.
Yeah. So the owl's going to stay. just FYI, from here on out, it's until you kill it, it's gonna stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we go for breakfast. Get some food in us before we get off. Is there anyone need to pick up any supplies of sorts?
I would love to go check out the magic shop, or if there's a library of some kind. But as I said, I don't mind doing that, kind of dice rolls off,
So you make your way down to the big common area, and Malcolm is down there waiting. He's just standing just out the doors. They have them open. There's probably a dozen or so people sitting around the common area, having breakfast. The Good Night's Rest provides a free breakfast. There's tea and biscuits and jam and that sort of stuff, and you can help yourself to some breakfast. When Malcolm sees you, he makes his way over and, hey, how's it going, boys? So, are you all set up for your flight?
We are, Malcolm. Thank you.
So, I believe, if I'm right, she takes off about noon. So, what you got planned for your morning?
Malcolm, boy, they said that you might know where I could find like a magic shop, or even is there a library in this city? Is something along that lines?
A what?
Well, it's where they keep books. You know what a book is?
You know where you are?
Well, they said that they had it.
There's no libraries in Vargas, but there is a couple of magic shops, for sure. There's one actually not too far from here I can take you to if you want, but libraries? You being serious?
Well, it's amazing what you'll find in a book. You can learn a lot.
You won't find gambling, booze, or women. That's pretty much what Vargas is about.
All right, well, I'll take the magic shop. That's fine.
As Landis was kind of coming down to breakfast, Colin, the hallways there. Over the night, Hero would have spun a web with a single line that Landis knows. He always sends out, and he just basically puts his finger, and Landis goes, or Hero goes onto his finger, and he just crawls back up.
That's awesome.
Right.
Nightingale will look over at Malcolm and be like, "Boy, what are you willing to do for coin? Come speak with me privately."
You got me a little freaked out there, dude.
Just calm yourself, boy. Get over here.
What do you need done?
Malcolm, if I was to give you something to wear for, say, a bit of time, would you wear it for the right price to get you well compensated? That just sounds terrible, doesn't it? I'm sorry, boy. I should just be more clear.
Douglan's looking at Nightingale like,
I went to the private section to talk, Douglan. You don't hear a thing. Malcolm, I want you to dress like me for a day or two so that people think I'm in the city. What would that cost me?
I ain't doing it.
Why not?
There's only one reason in this city that people ask you to dress like other people. You're in freaking trouble, aren't you?
Be honest, Malcolm. I'd make it worth your while. You could get out of this town.
You could not make it worth my while. I don't know what kind of crap you're in. I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Can't blame me for trying, Malcolm.
Can't blame me for not doing it either.
How about information then, boy? You seem to be good at getting information.
That I can do. What do you need to know?
I need to know who the Crimson Shiver is.
Oh, shit. What do you need to know about Crimson Shiver?
How to avoid him finding me. or them finding me.
So that's why you wanted me to wear the damn suit.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I'm glad I said no. I'd be dead within the hour.
Well, what's your price, Malcolm? We're both street people. I know coin speaks, so what do you want?
I ain't wearing your suit. Forget it. What do you want to know about Crimson Shiver?
Anything you can tell me.
Let's keep it simple. He's a hired killer, probably the best, calls Vargas home. Yeah, if he's got your number, you're dead.
That bit of tidbit is worth nothing to me, Malcolm. You got to do better than that. Give me something that can give me at least a head start.
Nobody knows what he looks like. I couldn't find it out for you for all the gold in the world. He's the very best.
Nightingale will flip him 2 gold anyway. And be like, hopefully there's no hard feelings.
Oh, no. It's just business here in Vargas.
And Nightingale will calmly stroll back to the table like, shit. So, Douglan, what are we getting onto the ship quickly?
Yeah, lad. If you're all jumpy, we can go.
Well, Douglan, Malcolm tells me that this Crimson Shivers are local to Vargas, so he'll know everything I'm doing. He probably knows what ship I'm on, who I spoke with. He probably knows what I crapped last night.
Well, Mr. Nightingale, it may not be much, but I can actually I should roll for my potion, by the way. But anyway, I can mix something to make you look like something different. Would that help?
Nightingale grabs him. Why didn't you say that earlier? He starts dragging him back up the hallway to their room, their old rooms, Colin.
It doesn't last long, but you know.
How long do I have?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? What am I supposed to do in 10 minutes? We've got like 4 hours to kill Lafferty.
Well, maybe perhaps you could stay in the room until 11:20, exactly 10 minutes before we get on the thing. It only takes 8 minutes to walk from here, 8 minutes and 12 seconds. My apologies. You got to be accurate to get to the ship from here. So that would give you enough time.
Lafferty, I appreciate it, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to use it one day, but unless I look like me, I don't believe I'm getting aboard the ship. That's why they meet everybody.
Perhaps if one of us looked like you. Would that work?
No, that just passes the buck, and I've already tried that. It doesn't work. I don't want to put anyone else at risk, Lafferty.
Think.
Let's head to this magic shop. Maybe we can find something.
Let me see what my elixir is today. A health potion that I'm sure is going to come in handy.
Right after he slits my throat.
Yeah. Actually, after
we'll probably need that later.
After he whips it up, he just quietly hands it to Nightingale. You're probably going to need this.
Yeah, I probably will.
Timing is everything.
Yeah. Yep.
That was no foreboding doom.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
What else? There are fucking crows falling dead from the sky when I walk outside. Your owl.
There's buzzards circling everywhere that Nightingale goes today.
Yep.
Nightingale will, while he's eating breakfast, you can see him like trying to comb his hat frills down a little. I tell you, it's the only time in my life I didn't want to be noticed.
Malcolm, after you finish up your breakfast and you head out with Malcolm Malcolm leading. I guess Malcolm would be walking with Lafferty, since this place is of interest to Lafferty, and Malcolm says, "So, what do you want from a magic shop?
Well,
Are you one of them magicers?"
no, I wouldn't say that. It's just, they sometimes have interesting things, and I know you don't like reading, but there's all sorts of things that you can make if you just read the instructions on how to do it. And I kind of break out one of my bullets, and you can see like an outer glass shell, and then inside is a smaller glass container, and this one has acid, but it's like a greenish liquid, so it's sort of like two glass balls within. See, I learned how to make this after reading something. You should really learn how to read, son. It really will help you in life. And he tucks it back away. So yeah, I'm just looking for information. I always seek information.
I reads well enough. I don't like books too much, but I reads well enough. But anyway, he leads you. It is not that far. You travel again. This place is just a maze of tunnels and caverns and channels, and he takes you maybe 15 minutes or so away from the inn. You come into a part of town that looks a little bit different. It's a little more sparsely populated than the rest, and he brings you to. There's a big sign out front, and it is called the Broken Vial. Well, this is it. Yeah, this is it right here. I don't know anything about the place. It's the closest one. I know you got to get to your ship. Go read books.
Well, broken vial. I mean, my goodness, that I'm used to those. I break so many vials. Oh, I got to tell you.
Are we all with Lafferty? Is he just gone by himself?
Whatever you want.
Actually, I'll ask Lafferty. Did Lafferty leave on his own to go here?
Well, okay. Lafferty knows that you're being hunted, right?
Clearly.
Right.
I thought you're hiding out until it's time to leave, but if you're traveling, fine. Whichever you want.
So I don't
Landis would go with you. Nightingale's going to stay in his room.
Yeah, and Douglan will stay with Nightingale.
So it's the two new guys.
Yeah.
The two wizards.
Yeah.
I couldn't pass up going to a magic shop if I was a wizard.
Yep. It's like Landis wants to go there, but he's too cool to ask.
I tend to find my spells. Only the lamos go to stores.
I only buy organic spells, you see.
It just happens naturally. I can't help it.
Awesome.
That is not Landis, by the way.
No.
Okay, it's just Landis and Lafferty. Let's do it.
All right.
What do I roll? No,
you open the doors and go inside. It's a sizable establishment. It is partly built into the cliff, like many of the buildings here are. So there is a constructed building front, but when you go inside, you can see that the space inside goes back in through the rock, so it's much larger than it looks from the outside. The building the room has a big light globe that's just floating up on the ceiling, lighting the entire room. Lots of, what you would typically find in a magic shop. There are lots of shelving with all kinds of spell components, jars, baskets, boxes, with various labels, all kinds of components you would be looking for. There are research things like just different tools, alchemy tools, you know, balances, all kinds of stuff on shelves and everything. Towards the back of the room, there are big, large tables, and it does appear there's a bit of a library towards the back in the part that's built into the stone. And sitting back there near a fireplace, there is an an elf who is reading a book. He's smoking on a pipe and reading a book by the fireplace. Older looking elf, as far as elves look old.
Wow.
Can I retro one thing real quick? I'm going to leave Pez still looking at the window in the front door, and with instructions that if like anything untoward happens, that he is to just fly and come get me as soon as he's within range to actually telepathically tell me. So
Okay.
anyway, yeah. Sorry, Barry.
I was just going to say, even better than that, just have him come and beat his wings against the window of the room that Nightingale's in.
Well, Nightingale and Douglan are in the same room. My thought is that if they're in trouble,
Don't you care about Nightingale at all?
I didn't I? Yeah, they're in the same room. Wait a sec. What am I missing here? What did I say?
You're good. You're good. I'm just teasing, man.
Douglan and Nightingale are in the same room.
Yes.
Right. So
I'm safe. I'm safe. I feel safe.
Pez is going to be watching from the outside. So if something happens, like
he'll go get.
He's just going to take off and get us. So, okay. To digress, in very formal high elf, Lafferty, who for once does not jammer, he actually is very, very proper. He is a high elf after all, and he just says, "Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for allowing me to come into your establishment." Like very formal and proper.
The elf gets up, he lays down his pipe and his book, and he walks out towards the front of the store to meet you. And good day, gentlemen, and welcome to the Broken Vial. My name is Raloran.
Is he speaking in Elven back to Lafferty?
He is speaking in Elven back to.
Landis will also speak in Elvish. Be like, I am Landis von Tenebrin. Pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Landis. And what brings the two of you to my store today?
Master, information. We seek information.
Are you seeking information of anything in particular, or just information in general?
Well, mostly in the realm of craftsmanship. You see, I'm an artificer of some level, and I wish to improve my skills. I can only do that with formulas that challenge. At least for my part, I can't speak for Landis here.
Well, my library is not extensive, Lafferty, but you are more than welcome to peruse my books. The ones that you see here are for sale, should you be interested in them. If there is something you do not see, please speak with me, and I will let you know if I might be able to find it for you.
Did we catch his name? Sorry.
Yep. Raloran.
Raloran. Raloran. Raloran.
Landis will look at Raloran and be like, I'm in need of a spell component that I'm pretty sure you'll have. I need a diamond worth at least 50 gold pieces for a chromatic orb spell.
I do not deal in gems, since they are available in many other places here in Vargas. I'm sure you would be able to find one there are several stores in town that would have them available.
Fair enough.
So,
what are you looking for, Lafferty? Perhaps I could aid you.
Yeah. Okay. So it's really anything. I mean, at this point, he's sort of on a foraging mission. If there's any formula that he sees, or some type of instructions on crafting, I think ultimately his big first attempt at sort of a overreaching magical item, I think would be some sort of a what do you call it? Oh my God, what was it? I had it. What was it that we needed? Oh my God.
All of it.
No, I know we need all of it, but I wanted to start with
All
something.
of the things.
Bag of holding.
I think it was a
bag.
bag. Yeah, it was a bag of holding to make so I don't burn an infusion for it. So something along that lines, because hopefully we're going to accrue stuff that we can store easily.
So you're looking for a book on how to make a bag of holding?
More or less, yes. If not, something that allows me to make a magic weapon. I want a
Portable hole, something like that. You know?
Yeah, something like along that has capacity to hold things.
Do you speak to Relorin about that, or are you just perusing the books on your own?
Well, I think I would look first, right?
Yeah,
To see,
Landis can help too. Like
Yeah.
if you let him know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
He's pretty good with books. If you want to know about spells, Landis is the guy to go to.
All right. Give us, both of you, or you can each roll an arcane check, or you can help each other is probably more to
beneficial.
what you're doing right now.
What do you got for an arcane bonus?
I
Landis
got a 5.
We're the same.
Okay, so
I'll let you roll for it since you're looking for it, and I will give you the help action.
Got it. So
with you get advantage.
Got it. Okay.
As Landis is like, he's scanning books with you.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, nicely rolled.
Our forces combined create Captain Nerddom.
With the power of friendship.
Friendship!
We do one of these, like
totally
like a 1980s muscle movie. Fun. Yeah. Yeah, Landis. Woo!
Little 8 strength bicep just flexing.
Yeah, we got these tiny little ones, but we're like doing the awkward high five.
Little walnut appears on your arm.
Actually, it for Landis is actually 11. He's above average, so he probably pulls your arm off.
Oops, sorry.
He's like, knocks you on the ground. You're like,
Mine has like the 3rd grade teacher hangy thing right there.
Nice. You look through the books and you find a book called Spaces That Don't Exist. It seems to be about constructing things of a bag of holding nature. A discussion on the topic.
I once read a book like this in university, and it was about LSD.
I once saw a show, and they had these really interesting lights. Some bard was singing some weird song, and I was totally mesmerized. It was really weird. Yeah, something similar maybe.
Does this does Roland? Well, this doesn't roll off the tongue. Does he have healing potions, Colin?
No, yes. You don't need to buy healing potions. Don't. No, you will offend Lafferty. I literally can make these in my sleep.
I think you just offended our host here. Don't buy that. He's like knocking it out of my hands.
Yeah, he looks at it. He's like, no, I can make these better.
Raloran comes over and says, have you found a book you're interested in then?
Yes, this is wonderful. What may I ask the price of this, please?
Let's say for someone so interested in the topic as yourself, I'd be willing to part with it for 25 gold pieces. That is a steal of a deal, young man.
Can I make... Although, you know what? Lafferty would not. He would not even think.
He'd just buy it for whatever.
Yeah, he just puts 25 gold on the counter and just like starts looking and reading. And he's like showing, look at the diagram here, Landis. Look at this.
I will, at some other point, create this book and throw it in your inventory.
No worries. I'll take out the...
Can we just really bog the game down now and have it happen?
Yeah,
sure,
exactly.
Absolutely. if you'd like.
Sweet. Landis will be like, we've been in here, an hour and a half?
Yeah. I mean, you've been reading through all the books and looking
Kicking
around.
up some volume dust.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say like the GPs that I have, a lot could be converted to spell components and all that, right? So like, we don't have to sit here and buy Eye of Newt and shit like that, right? We can just assume we topped off our
the way I've generally played it is if it's a spell component with a GP value, you need to buy it.
Yeah, you do.
It's
otherwise you just assume that you're throwing copper down and picking up your newt's tails and your goose feathers and your
what it is with Lafferty though. I actually make stuff and I need a certain amount of GP. Like the alchemy jug lets me make acid till the cows come home, even poison. But like for example, the healing potions, I need to spend GP value to make these. So, but you don't have.
So I mean, probably, Egan, the way to deal with it when you come to a magic shop such as this, it might be good for you to create an inventory item that is potion ingredients
and a GP value,
and give yourself, so like say you have 100 gold pieces of potion ingredients.
Got it.
And then if you use up 50 gold pieces of it, just change it on your sheet to be, you currently got 50 gold pieces of potion ingredients left.
Got it.
Until you can get somewhere and buy more.
Okay. Yeah, on the break, I'll clean all that up. So awesome. Awesome.
All right. Well, guys, why don't we take a quick break at this point? Sound good?
Excellente.
Sounds good.
Yes.
All right.
And thanks for the brief dip into this without,
it's cool, man. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't want to bog this down into, early on in video games
good.
where you're picking every single herb and you don't do anything. You're just cutting herb. I don't want to do that. This is great though. This was awesome.
All right, We'll be right back. All right, we're back.
Hello, everybody.
Okay. So, Raloran has assisted you in getting the materials and the book and such, and he says, is there anything else that I might be able to help you gentlemen with?
For my part, no, Master Raloran. Thank you. This has been wonderful. Thank you.
Well, if you, anytime you're in Vargas, please stop by. I do manage to get my hands on some new items from time to time, so maybe some new books or some new alchemy equipment or something of your interest.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Enjoy your time in Vargas.
Landis will kind of walk out with Lafferty and be like, I'll be honest, Lafferty, half of my reason for coming here is to see how a shop like this would survive in a place like this. I bet you we are 90% of the populace who can read.
Never underestimate. Listen, potions in anybody's hand are dangerous. Anybody can use them. So I bet you, somebody in this town is making potions, not just for good, but for ill-gotten gains, if I may say. But listen, I want to tell you something, Landis. If you ever need a tool of any kind, I can make it. Anything. You need cartographer's tools, I can make it for you. Anything. So we don't need to waste our money buying tools from Master Raloran. I can make it for you, okay? I got, he starts pulling stuff out and, protractor.
Landis will put his hand on Lafferty's shoulder. Thank you. I will keep that in mind.
Oh, yes. Tucks everything away, and he just can't take his eyes off of the...
Landis is walking, kind of absentmindedly petting mud. He looks over at Lafferty's like, I peg you as a cartographer?
Well, among other things, yeah. I can do that too. just for flavor, I have a power that is called the right tool for the job. You've learned how to produce exactly the tool you need with thieves' tools or artisan tools in hand. You can magically create one set of artisan tools in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you. This creation requires 1 hour of uninterrupted work, which can coincide with a short or long rest through the product of magic. The tools are non-magical, and they vanish when you use this feature again.
I really wish you would have kept the infomercial D&D thing going.
Were your eyes glazing over?
I was waiting for the slap chop to come
And
out.
now, for 19 gold pieces, you don't get just one, but you get two sets.
We
want more! Okay,
All right,
Landis and
Lafferty
Lafferty will
and
make
Landis.
her back.
Yep, you make your way back to the inn. It's now probably, we'll say, closer to 10 o'clock.
Well, Landis and Lafferty are gone. Nightingale will apologize to Douglan. He'll be like, Douglan, I must confess that I should have brought this to your attention earlier. I just didn't want to bring my problems on top of your problems. I'm trying to leave this past behind, but it just seems to keep chasing me down. I do apologize, Douglan. It wasn't my intent to be as deceitful as I seem at this moment, but do understand that it was a good intent that me keeping this a secret.
I understand, Nightingale, and I'm sorry to hear that perhaps you've had to do this to stay alive. It's not easy out there on your own, so I get it. But you trust me, don't you? You trust that I have your back, don't you?
I honestly do, Douglan.
Well, I know it's hard to come by, especially someone which I assume you have a long history of people not doing right by you. But why don't we call this the start? And let's try to do better, both of us, letting people know how we can help each other.
Well then, Douglan, I will introduce myself. I am Bashir Masario.
Pleasure to meet you. He's like he knew there was something there. Now, do I see your face or no?
No.
Okay. But at least you're letting me know your actual name. So yeah, he's humbled by this. I thank you for that. I know it means a lot to you to keep your identities to your own. But in the long run, this is probably going to help me, because it sounds like this guy knows who you are. So yeah, I appreciate that, Nightingale. We'll just keep calling you Nightingale in public,
Yes,
right?
please do, yes.
Or Corey, or whatever the hell else you come up with.
Douglan, you are the only person this side the step that knows me as Bashir Masario.
All right. Well, I take my hand out and shake it and said, I don't take this lightly then. Now, how do we get you on that ship without this crimson shrivel stabbing you in the back?
Crimson shrivel. Thank you, Douglan. It almost makes me not have my heart in my throat. But I think we just wait to the last minute and make a bolt for it, good friend.
What if I drank Lafferty's potion?
I can't have anyone taking them my place.
Well, I can take a hit or two, huh?
So can I. And with you around, hopefully I won't have to.
No doubt.
But honestly, Douglan, I think we have a good group of people, and I feel relatively confident we'll be able to get on board. My fear is this crimson shrivel finding us on board.
Yeah, he seems to be a pretty slippery fella. If he knew where we were this whole time.
If he is a local of Vargas, he will be able to get on board that ship, guaranteed.
Can I ask you something, Nightingale?
Please.
This Lord Baskel. Is he someone that can spare no coin to get what he wants?
Lord Baskel will have connections in the underworld that will be far-reaching, and he has a fair amount of coin to throw around. So to answer your question, if he wants to be found, he'll stop at nothing to find me.
So getting on that boat may not matter. In other words, he can pay someone to take the trip, be whoever the heck they want.
Yes. I'm sorry, Douglan. I've brought more problems to our mission than you deserve based on what you've gone through already.
Well, never said it was going to be easy. Now, what to do? Well, I think the captain and his daughter seem straight up. The fact that they keep, this is an ongoing thing. I don't think Darrom's to be thought of. Why would he hire us? We could have just ambushed at the restaurant.
He's had many an opportunity to take advantage of our situation, for sure.
What about Diza?
That is a mystery. She saw right through my disguise, and this woman seems to have more layers than your average onion. I don't know, but the devil we know, at least we know.
Because that would be the only one that's new on the board. Am I not right on that?
Well, there is Landis and Lafferty, but they have a pretty good case not to be the bad guys.
My guess is Lafferty could have poisoned us at any time. That boy's got a liquid for everything. I don't think it's him.
I don't think he'd need to use a poison. He could talk us to death, that one.
So true. I think the lad means well, but yeah, he's a little bit in his head.
I believe it's called the verbal diarrhea.
I think you have the right of it.
But Douglan, if we can get on board this ship and feel relatively safe in our situation, then we only have to contend with the possibility of one person being on board that is our enemy. Because once we're airborne, I think we're relatively safe.
Perhaps. And also there's something to be said by this Crimson fella sending you a note to warn you. Maybe he's trying to get in your head so you don't go. You just stay in a hole.
True. But I'm still going to keep my guard up, Douglan. I'm too young to die. I'm an elf. I've got hundreds of years ahead of me. Damn it.
You're an elf? I didn't know that.
I mean, I could play an elf.
Wink. I wink at him. That's all right. Well, listen, why don't we wait for the new fellas to come back and let's make our way to the ship?
Yes, Douglan, let's do our best and the dice fall where they may.
Are you sure you don't want me to look like you? Maybe both of us? Throws them off a little bit, at least for the walk. What's it cost?
Douglan, if it cost one of you your lives, I would never forgive myself.
Well, at least we give them something to think about. Anyway, think on it until the boys get back.
You keep that halberd handy, and I'm sure he'll think about that thing swinging around.
Indeed.
All right, the boys get back.
Sweet!
Landis and Lafferty and Malcolm arrive downstairs and make their way. Malcolm stays by the door and lets Lafferty and Landis head upstairs.
Should we give Malcolm a drink and the alter self potion? Have him turn into...
Now you're thinking about Nightingale. Yes.
Yes.
Let the street urchin take the blame.
Yeah. Yep.
And there is no guarantee he would be killed, okay? I just want that to be clear. He knows Vargas, that kid could run. As Landis is coming in, he'll drop Hero. He'll kind of reach up and grab one of the rafters and drop Hero off as they go up to the room. So his familiar's watching to make sure no one comes up the staircase that he doesn't know about.
Okay.
And we'll head back to the room and the secret knock. Oh, it's the perfect secret knock. No one ever gets that one.
All right, the four of you are back in the room you've been kind of using as your holdout.
The room smells of stress. Let's just put it that way.
and I mean, Nightingale did say he mentioned he used the chamber pot early in the night. So
Just saying.
Also, dude, you constantly wear a mask. I can't imagine what's going on under there. Like after leather sweating for a while.
Creams and lotions. Creams and
There you
lotions.
go.
I sleep 4 hours. The other 4 hours, beauty regime.
There you go. He's got his mask on. Like, oh yeah, you got your mud mask.
Yep.
Instead of the thing.
oh,
It's
he's
like
got
this.
he's
got
got
the mud-
silky smooth skin
Yeah.
under there.
He takes the mask off and screams on the mud mask, so you never get to see what he looks like.
I love it.
So
Like
Colin,
Miss Doubtfire.
Yep. Yep.
Hi.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hello.
it's a drive-by fruiting. So Nightingale's going to suggest that they eat before we head on board. Get that last meal in. It's pretty close to lunch. It may be his last meal, so he'll. Do you have any pheasant, bird, duck, quail?
So they don't serve food at the Good Night's Rest until later in the day. That breakfast that they offer is there, all through the morning, for people to help themselves through, or help themselves to. But there's no meals that served there during the day.
Nightingale's going to go up to Lafferty and be like, Lafferty, that potion you have that changes people's appearance. How long does that last? 10 minutes, you said?
Exactly. Yes. It's sometimes a few seconds over. I've been able to hold it, but yeah, 10 minutes consistently. Yes.
Would I be able to ask you a favor? You're a pretty observant fella, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
You clued into me and Jasper's pretty quick. So how about, a few minutes out of us getting to this ship, you down that potion, keep an eye out for anything that stands out, and then meet us on board. Would you be okay with that?
Well, when you say down the potion and then do what?
Kind of stand around in the crowd. Make yourself look like the bartender here.
Okay. So I understand. Yes. So you want me to change into somebody else and
Keep a lookout.
anybody? How about this? Maybe this would help. How about the three of you, or maybe two of you? Yes, this would be better because Landis and I just went somewhere, so it would be not
Get
strange
to
for
it,
us
lad. Get to it.
Yes.
Get to it.
Douglan, and you go on ahead. I'll change into. Let's see. Looking around. Let's see. Do I see anybody? Yeah, like that guy right there. I'll turn into that guy, and I'll follow behind you just far enough to see if anybody's following you. How about that?
I would take that as the best plan I've heard today.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I think we can do this. Yeah. But listen, you guys go, you have to go ahead and then I'll come. Okay. And then maybe Landis can be a little further behind to watch me in case something happens to me. But then again, I have Pez, so he can watch me too. So we'll be okay. And I can have Pez circling above and keep an eye on all of us.
I would appreciate that, my friend.
Okay, I can do that. Yes. Okay. Are we ready?
It's about an hour and a half still, I would believe, till then.
Yeah, I mean 11:30 was the latest they said that they want people boarding, so you can board anytime you want.
Oh, well, let's go. If we're done, I don't want to wait around in a town where there's a serial killer out to look for me. Just
Yeah,
saying.
perhaps going a little bit early, not a bad thing, in case we run into trouble and are delayed.
Exactly. Thank you, Douglan.
All right. So
Okay, so
that's the plan.
you make your way downstairs with all of your stuff and return your keys and all. Darrom had made all the arrangements for your costs as part of your agreement. Um, Malcolm kind of comes up to the four of you. So, are you headed up to the ship, or what are you doing? What are you doing?
Nightingale will look at him and be like, we're ending our contract with you, son. What do we owe you?
It's our original agreement. It was 3 silver pieces a day.
So that would be 6 silver pieces?
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Nightingale, can I talk to you for just a minute?
Nightingale will step aside. Malcolm?
Look, I was thinking about our conversation earlier with the Crimson Shiver. Look, I'm not wearing your damn suit, but look, here's what you just need to understand. He's legendary, or she's legendary. Look, we don't know what the Crimson Shiver is. It could be a guy, it could be a girl, it could be an elf, it could be a dwarf, it could be a freaking giant. Nobody knows. The Crimson Shiver is legendary in Vargas. I just want you to understand that you got a big problem on your hands there. Look out for yourself.
Nightingale will kind of look at him for a little bit, and then he'll hand him 20 gold pieces. And look at him
I
and be
told
like,
you I'm not wearing the suit!
this is not about you wearing the suit, boy. This is me apologizing and appreciating your gesture of good faith.
Oh, wow! Like this is huge. Thank you.
Malcolm,
Yeah.
if this crimson shrivel,
Who?
the crimson shiver,
Okay.
is as dangerous as you say he is, I may have put you in danger as well, boy. Perhaps you
Yes.
take a vacation out of Vargas for a bit.
You come to think about it, you're probably right. Hey, with this I can go.
Yes, you
I can
can,
see
lad.
the world. Uh, Next town, anyway.
The next town in a good tavern, at least.
Indeed. Look, I'll be back in Vargas at some point. I love Vargas. But if you ever come back, you guys find me. I'm your man here.
Appreciate it, son.
Good luck to you, Nightingale. Uh, just just get them boys to watch your back. You're gonna need it.
You watch your back, son. Get yourself out of here now so that we can get out of here and they can't torture you to tell you where we have gone.
It's done. And he leaves the inn and heads out.
Douglan?
Lafferty's gonna change himself to Malcolm.
I was going to suggest that. Because he's seen everywhere. He'll not stand out at all.
He also might be approached
True.
by the Crimson Shiver.
Oh, good thinking. Good thinking, Lafferty. You are crazy. You just have something ready in case. And we will head off to Windwalker Travels to board the Dragonfly.
All right, you make your way up, back up through the works and the wanderings, up to Windwalker Travels. base hanging from the roof of the Vargas Caverns. And activity is slowed. It would appear that whatever cargo they were loading and unloading is taken care of. The crew is, you just see them going about checks and things you would expect the crew would be doing before they depart. Solana is on deck. No sign of Darius. He's apparently somewhere else.
I'm only gonna hold the Malcolm until I'm just at eyesight of the ship. I don't want to.
So as you make your way up there, Lafferty, it people sort of thin out and thin out and thin out as you make your way up because you're kind of getting off the beaten path, and eventually it gets to a point where the three of them are walking, 60, 70 feet ahead of you, and there's nobody around anymore.
And then how far is the distance between the ship and the...
Maybe another couple of minutes and you're on the ship.
Okay. Well, I'm going to... I would probably drop it right before I'm seen from the ship.
Okay.
Because I don't really want them.
And there's lots of opportunities with the route where you're out of visual range of the ship. You can switch back.
Yeah.
As the kind of Landis and Nightingale and Douglan are kind of walking ahead, Lafferty, Landis will look to Nightingale and be like, "Nightingale, do you mind if I have that letter?" And Nightingale will hand it over, and Landis will hold it in front of Mud's nose and be like, "Smell it, boy, smell it. If you smell this person, you let us know," in hopes that there's any scent left on there of any particular being that he might recognize.
Nice.
Being that one of their biggest things are smell. So, and then he'll hand the letter back to Nightingale, who takes it with a quivery hand.
All right, you arrive at the ship. Solana, she comes down off the ship and she says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Are you ready for our journey?"
"Indeed, madam. Show us to our quarters. We look forward to the journey."
All right, she takes you up onto the deck. About mid-deck, there's a large door in the floor. When it flips open, there's a spiral staircase that takes you down to the mid-deck on the ship. As she's taking you over there, obviously the door is already open. They only close it up when weather's bad or whatever. Normally it's open. And she says, Darrom and Diza are already on board. They are actually in the captain's quarters. If you wish to join them, they're having a wee drink. And they said for me to relay the message to let you know where they were.
We appreciate that, Solana. We will definitely join our friends after we have had a chance to unload our guilt and our shame.
Okay, then. I assume that will take most of the trip then, Nightingale.
An artist carries his guilt and shame like a badge of honor.
All right, you head down into the ship. Now, I am going to share the entire Dragonfly with you. Okay, so that
if you must,
if you can see the ship, you can kind of get an idea of the ship you're on. My assumption being over several days of travel on board, you would get to know what the ship is all about anyway. So I will share the Dragonfly with you. Oh. It seems difficult to see.
It's very dark out right now.
Let me correct
see.
that.
Oh wow! Look at that.
I want it.
The first version of it was the Dragonfly at night.
Ah. Wow, that thing's epic.
I am going to bookmark this sucker. There we go. Look at that.
Okay. And we are up at the front there. The main
Lower
deck.
Oh, yeah, main deck.
Yeah,
Right.
lower. Yeah, no, it'd be lower deck. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so I mean there is the main you can you can see the main deck.
Yeah, that's
right?
probably crew.
And then there's the quarter deck, so there's the aft deck and the forward deck.
Yeah.
And then there's a lower deck, and then on this ship, so you guys are on the lower deck.
Yeah.
Okay, those are
And
I see.
then the cargo hold is at the very bottom of the ship. You
Nice.
can see it has the large propellers there that propel it through the air. If you look on the hold, there's some propellers. It's used for navigating the ship. It has smaller but sails that it actually uses to increase its speed when the wind is working in their favor.
Very cool. I love how they got a dinghy in there. I'll hop in there. Ah!
So yeah, our quarters are the lower deck.
Yes.
Your quarters are so you can see there are 4 rooms with bunk beds. So each of those is actually a bunk bed.
Got it.
And then in the aft there is that's the room that they said the couple.
The 2 holy people.
The presidential suite.
You guys have the 4 smaller suites there. All meals are in the captain's room for the passengers, so that's on the main deck there where the big table and all the chairs are. On the lower deck towards the front, that's the kitchen area. Solana cooks all the meals on board. And then her room is kind of there just midship on that same deck. All the cargo. There's a brig on board. They sometimes transport people to and from.
Very cool. So what do you think? Nightingale and Douglan? Landis and Lafferty?
I think so.
Nightingale's not going to stay with Lafferty, so I don't think we have a choice.
Don't be a mean girl.
I'm not. It just nothing he says makes sense.
Nothing he ever says makes sense.
And it's probably my intelligence, but just being honest here, I'm not the most intelligent. I'm not stupid, but I'm not a Lafferty.
All right, so you are Solana shows you down to the lower deck there. So the right there, that's the door that I said takes you down to the main deck there.
It's like a spiral staircase.
Very cool.
On the lower deck.
Which is normally open. That spiral staircase takes you down to your area. The captain's lunch or captain's dining hall is right there. All the meals for the passengers occur there. Solana's added some nice plants on board because, she's a girl. She likes that stuff.
It's the details, people.
All right. You make your way down, get settled in, head back up to the captain's dining hall where Darrom and Diza are drinking a little wine provided by the captain. The captain's busy right now making final arrangements. He was here earlier speaking with Darrom and Diza. And you make your way into the captain's dining hall, and Darrom, good to see you guys. I was getting a little worried. Glad you made it.
Well, Clearly, your last experience was horrific. If us arriving an hour and a half early is worrying you. But
Well,
Darren,
let's just say that my last trip to Coldhorn was rather disconcerting, and I'm glad you're here to help me with this. I've got a debt to settle, and it's got to be taken care of this time.
we'll make sure that happens. Multi-main.
We're men of our words. We'll protect you. And thank you again for covering the fare.
It's a price worth paying if my task is completed.
Nightingale will whisper into Douglan's ear. Perhaps we keep my dilemma a secret from Multi-main.
Molten Main.
That's what I said, Molten Main.
It's none of his business, lad. This
Good.
is our business. Just like we shouldn't be telling him, like I do, about why we're going to the wilds.
It's okay, Douglan. We're all learning at this adventure.
I'm not one for subterfuge, to be frank, but I'm learning.
Trust me, you couldn't be frank if you tried your hardest.
You could barely be Jesper.
And he was a eunuch. He was useless. Nothing could happen with a eunuch. I eliminated every option for deceit. You're welcome for that.
Thank you.
So we'll sit and have a couple drinks and just kind of listen to what's going on, and if Darrom has anything he wants to, chat about. Landis will look to Darrom and be like, Darrom, I hear you're a gem dealer.
I am indeed. I make no qualms about it. I'm very proud of it.
Once we get to Coldhorn, do you have a operation there? I'm in need of a diamond for a spell.
How big of a diamond do you need?
Something worth about 50 gold coins. Don't tell me you.
Take care of that before we even leave.
I would greatly appreciate it.
You just need the one then, lad.
Just the one. Let me guess, you're gonna pop it out of your ear or something.
Yes, my ear.
Armor shots it.
Takes a lump of coal. Clink! There it is.
Wow, there's a talent. Talk to me later, boy, and I'll get you that.
I appreciate it, Mr. Darrom.
Can we be looking at? Lafferty's going to be pretty much eyeing every single passenger, every single crew person, just taking a gauge.
So you haven't seen the couple yet. They haven't boarded the ship. There's a sizable crew from what you've seen so far. I mean, it's hard to get a count, but there's got to be well over a dozen crew members or more that you've seen going about their business on the ship already.
Excuse me, Solana. I've had a really a rough day. Do you mind if I go to my quarters?
Well, of course. You're free to go about the ship as you wish.
Okay, so Lafferty's going to go to his quarters and he's going to go into familiar mode.
Familiar mode.
I want to look through Pez's eyes basically until we take off. So he's just going to be in his room and Pez is going to be kind of perched out, maybe even up on one of the sails, just looking at every person that is boarding this ship.
Okay. As it gets around, a half hour or so, you see Solana meets a couple. They look very cleric in nature by the long robes they're wearing. based on their dress, they would appear to be clerics of Gath. They're wearing white robes, which is generally the indication of worship of Gath, and Solana shows them downstairs, much like she did you folks when you first came on board. Other than that, the crew members just seem to be going about their business. Nobody stands out as awkward or doesn't seem to know what they're doing. They all
One
just
guy
seem
who's
to
been
be-
coiling the rope all day.
Is there? Does Pez know any? Is there anyone that has a name tag? Shiver. Perhaps wearing a red cloak.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of them on his uniform, the name on the back, yeah, it's very poorly crossed out, Crimson Shiver.
It's not me. Yeah. Is there any perception check that Pez can make looking at this stuff? These people, the clerics.
Looking for anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah, something that maybe a cleric
I
would-
just gave you a passive perception, and nobody looks out of the ordinary.
Got it.
There is no Shrimson Kiver anywhere
Yeah.
to be seen.
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce you to Shrimson Giver.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, sir.
Rhymes with
Shall
Chris
me and
Martin.
you go for a walk privately so you may slit my
Over
throat?
here towards the edge of the ship.
Yeah, look right over there. There's really something interesting. Awesome. All right.
So, how long is this journey, Selena? If I might ask.
Well, if all goes well, we should arrive 3 days from now in the early morning. We're usually coming in to Coldhorn just as the sun is coming up. It takes not quite 3 days.
And Landis will be, if I may ask, what height do we travel at?
It will all depend on the wind. We will travel no less than hundreds of feet from the ground, but if the winds are more favorable high up, we try not to get too high as it does get cold. But we can get quite high if necessary.
Well, this shall be an interesting journey.
If you will be joining us for dinner, ask my father about the time that they tried to get as high as possible. No one could breathe.
It's very interesting. Landis will look at Lafferty and be like, I wonder if we can weaponize something like this.
He can't respond because he's just like, oh.
He's back at his house, his
Yeah.
room.
He's down in the room.
Landis isn't about weaponizing everything. Don't worry about that.
All right. Noon arrives and the ship departs. And much as Solana said it would be, it is incredibly smooth. So for those of you, obviously I would picture, since this is everybody's first trip in a sky ship, you're all out on the decks.
Oh, yeah.
Watching as the ship departs.
Nightingale's right at the front.
Oh no. And Douglan's behind him.
Oh, and it just got awkward. So, at the helm, so there is not a wheel like you would normally see on a ship. There are these two poles that come up out of the ground, and each one has what looks like a silverish colored globe on it. and the helmsman has their hands on those globes, but what you immediately clue into is they have their eyes closed. And the ship slowly drifts away from sort of the air dock it has up through the opening at the top of the cavern and immediately starts sailing off, gaining altitude away from Vargas. And it's moving at a pretty good clip. You're all immediately quite surprised at the speed that it takes off and starts moving, immediately heading off in a northerly direction.
As this is all happening, Nightingale goes over to the side, spits over the end. Crimson shrivel. Ha! I like to poke the DM every now and then.
All right, you are sailing off to Coldhorn.
Yeah, at this point, Lafferty is going to be all in all of this. He's going to start with how they're controlling the ship. He's asking the captain questions. He's looking at the catapult, the ballista, like everything. Just getting in everyone's way. The whole
Captain Captain Darius is very accommodating of Lafferty. He takes Lafferty up to the ship's helm, and the helmsman opens his eyes and lets go of what appears to be the control. So you're just standing there with his hands on these two silver globes sitting on top of these. It's all made of some sort of iron, and the globes. And the helmsman steps away, and he says, "Lafferty, just touch one of the globes. Just one, though."
Yeah, he doesn't even hesitate.
Okay, when you reach out, and you immediately get this sensation that you want to close your eyes. And the view that you get is as if you were above the ship looking down on it. Like you were maybe 50 feet just above the ship looking down on it.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Can I tell what's the globe is made of? Like some sort of a material conduit?
It just seems to be just a big iron ball on this long iron rod that goes into the wooden deck on the ship.
Got it. I'm going to ask the captain. Captain Darius. How is this gaining flight?
Have you never been on a sky ship before?
Well, I've seen them, but I never had a chance to be this up close. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Sky ships utilize magic provided by pieces of the meteors that first hit Emathan during the god's anger. This one, the Dragonfly, was built in Nome. It's been in my family, at least 500 years.
Is Captain Darius a gnome?
Captain Darius is an elf.
Is an elf, okay.
Yeah. Solana is half elven.
Got it. Yeah, he Lafferty is just like a pig in shit right now. Just
Stinky and pink.
he's stinky and pink. No, he's going to talk his ear off. He's going to ask all questions. What are the sails for? How much wind velocity do you gain when you put the whole, like, everything analytical.
Yeah. Darius
should I roll to see if I annoy him?
Yeah, I like that idea. Do it.
Let's roll to see if I annoy him. Charisma?
Yeah, I think that would be most appropriate.
Got it. So
An annoyance roll. I love that.
persuasion or
Yeah.
persuasion?
Yeah.
Do a persuasion.
All right.
Do a persuasion check.
Minus
Trying to
1.
change how he's feeling. Oh. A 1. You got a -1?
I have a -1 to charisma.
He tries to be very accommodating to Lafferty, but then he excuses himself and says he's got things to attend to. And the helmsman takes over again.
And
quickly double globes it and shuts his eyes.
Yeah, exactly. He keeps talking. Yeah.
Can't hear you.
I'm not gonna lie, this is so perfect. This is exactly what I would picture. Like, he doesn't mean bad. He just annoys the hell out of people.
Oh, yeah.
The questions
it.
never stop. The questions never stop.
Yes, analytical. Landis might be the only one on the earth that can handle him, or on Emathan.
In small spurts.
Yeah, even Landis.
Even Landis is like, dear God.
The dog goes.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. He'll have some fun experiment, checking out the ship. So
well, Lafferty is annoying the crew. Landis is actually going to go back to his quarters and examine his grandfather's book and the things he got, since they're new to him, and this is the first time he's had to have a bit of time to examine these things. The key, the cube, he's kind of looking it over.
The book still only opens to the single page that you seem to be given access to so far. Like I said before, now the 4 people in the picture are very clear to you. It is the 4 of you.
Yeah.
The cube it's some sort of glass. It's not crystal. But what's quite interesting is it is as clear and pure as you could. Like you can, nothing is warped, wobbled, or anything in it. You see through it as clearly as, if you're looking at it yourself, even though it's incredibly, well, I think it was a couple of inches thick or an inch thick.
Yeah, 2-inch cube.
Yeah. So you can see through it clearly. The key is quite big and it's very ornate, and the actual key part of it is very, very intricate. So, very
a lot of little
cuts
fingers
and notches, and so it's a very intricate lock that it is used in.
Barry, the picture, are our details exactly as we are? Is there any other details on there that is foreshadowing anything?
Would I be able to do an investigation check, Colin, to see if there's, like Nightingale's throat is slit? Maybe Douglan's entrails are hanging out.
Bleeding out.
Yeah. Do I have a what do you call it?
Give me an investigation check, please.
I love these now.
As you look it over.
I have been rolling really good. Really good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Considering I have a +5 on investigation, I rolled
the only thing you pick up on is that the picture, the 4 of you change with the changes that are occurring in the world around you. So
it's almost a live picture.
The simplest way to, what you're doing in the picture never changes.
Yeah.
It's always the 4 of you looking with concern out towards something. And it's like I said, it's like in Harry Potter where it's like a GIF almost. Like it's moving a little bit. Like you're all looking off in the distance. But if Douglan was wearing a brown jacket today, his jacket in the picture is brown. And if he wore a white jacket, his jacket in the picture is white.
Got it. Just imagine Nightingale's like,
you catch him at the wrong time. He has no clothes on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, gotta close up the book now.
Hey, we'll look at that later.
That up forever. Okay, he's just trying to,
Mud, here you go. Woo!
Yeah,
I don't need that book again.
Mud, I'm blind, Mud. I'm blind. Yeah, he's just he's just spending some time with the book, meditating on it, trying to understand what energies of magic are within it and stuff like that. So he's just killing some time, taking the time now to have a good look at it.
Okay.
Nightingale will be manically pacing the deck.
Okay.
Making sure, he goes to the back of the ship to make sure we're still heading away from Vargas quickly.
You are heading away from Vargas quickly.
Good.
And the even in like you can, it's windy on deck, but the Dragonfly is incredibly smooth through the air. Like you don't feel like you're moving around like you're on the sea or anything. You don't feel like you're swinging around like you're on the end of a balloon. The skyship is very smooth as it just moves along. You guys are up a fair distance. It's definitely cool up here, and they do have kind of big fur jackets and big oiled canvas jackets if it's raining and stuff, if the passengers want to spend some time on the decks. But the weather's not too bad right now. Yeah, it's cooler, but your clothes are still fine. But it's noticeably cooler as you've gained altitude.
Excellent. Nightingale will go up to Douglan and be like, "So, Douglan, do you think we've made it?"
I don't know, lad. Something tells me we need to keep our eyes sharp. Could be anyone. But don't worry. It's going to be okay.
Well, that was really reassuring. Thank you. Could be anyone. Don't worry.
Could be that guy right there. Oh, never mind.
No, stop it. Yeah, God, I'm liable to stab someone, Douglan. Be careful. Jesus,
listen.
I almost drove a child to dress like me. I'm freaking out right now, okay?
Listen, don't let the fear kill you, okay? Keep focused. You'll be all right.
I will.
All right. Who is still with Darrom and Diza?
Probably Douglan.
Anyone?
Yeah, I think it was just Douglan just shooting shit.
Nightingale would have just went back to him and hung out.
Yeah.
After his frantic pacing.
So, Diza, who's been fairly quiet, turns to Douglan and she says, Douglan, I do want to apologize to you and the others for my earlier deceit. I guess, simply put, you saved my asses back there, and I feel it necessary to come clean with you four. I have spoken to Darrom already, and I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to remedy it. Darrom has been very graceful in saying that I can stay with him as long as I need to sort my problems out. But I'm not as incapable of looking after myself as I guess I allow my persona to be at times. My full name is Diza Zershon. And although I do spend a lot of time as a gambler, it's a bit of what one might call an addiction. I just love the thrill of it. But I do spend the majority of my time as a treasure hunter. I've been playing dead for a while, but I want you all to know that I do appreciate what you've done for me, and I will assist in our little venture to get Darrom to where he needs to go in Coldhorn, as I am capable, not as I have been playing the role of.
Truth be told, Diza, I could tell you could handle yourself. But tell me again, you're a treasure hunter?
I am a third-generation treasure hunter.
Interesting. And you've been playing dead?
Well, I haven't, for lack of a better term, Douglan, hunted for treasure in a while. I've been spending more time gambling away my money and enjoying the better life, but my luck turned on me, unfortunately, over the winter, and it reminded me that maybe I need to get back to what I enjoy more than gambling, which is getting my tailed ass in trouble.
What sort of treasures do you hunt?
Any I can catch wind of.
Any of the humanoid variety?
No, I go after things, not people.
All right. What,
Before you continue, that's a bit of a strange question, Douglan. Would you like to elaborate?
not really.
Fair enough.
Just trying to put it all together, you know. You're coming clean here.
You can see Darrom is just kind of taking it all in. Like,
Yeah.
you're a what?
Yeah. Well, I think it's safe to say we all had our secrets when we first met, eh? But I guess you say you're gonna help us out. I guess defend Darrom, get him to his destination so he can pay off his debts as well.
I have decided I owe a debt to you all. Most certainly Darrom. So I will, as you are, going to make sure that Darrom gets to where he needs to when we reach Coldhorn.
I'm not very good at it, but I wouldn't mind trying to make a perception check to see if she's telling the truth.
Well,
It'd be insight.
that would be an insight check.
I am worse at that. Okay. May
Come
I?
on. You never know when that natural 20 happens, brother.
There it is.
Oh! Yeah!
That's awesome. That is
Look
awesome.
at that. Oh, very
Hey,
well
like I
done.
said, you never know when that natural 20
You never
happens.
know when
Dude.
it's going to show up.
I should be careful with the powers I wield, man.
That was scary.
Oh, I like your bonus structure there. A 20 is a 20.
Yeah, just natural.
Douglan, you are very comfortable with the fact that she is being 100% honest with you right now.
It's that holiness. I'm bringing out confession from everybody.
Her language, her body language, her eyes, she is just coming clean with you right now.
All right. Well, Diza, since we seem to all be putting our cards on the table, Nightingale's going to laugh at me because I asked this of everybody that we were maybe going into battle with, but what can you do? Forgive an old soldier again. I'm always trying to plan and see what assets we have. What can you do, lass?
She gets up and she says, well, come with me. I think it might be better if I show you than tell you.
Lead the way.
You guys walk outside of the captain's dining room. I sort of mentioned there were like kind of weapons lockers.
Mm-hmm.
She picks up one of the crossbows. Then she picks up a second crossbow, one in each hand. She reaches out and basically across the main deck there, she fires a bolt right over the center of the door that goes into the crew's cabin there. And then with her offhand, she reaches around and fires and splits the first bolt.
I see. Well, that will come in handy.
I like bows.
Oh, indeed. Well, I guess it's glad you're on our side, right?
Well, I guess we'll see when push comes to shove then, won't we?
Douglan thinks back to the 20 that was in his head. Well, then I put my hand out and said, well, it's very nice to meet you, Diza Shurshan. Douglan McCain, officially.
I think we've all come fairly clean. So I have one last... So you two... Darrom's still inside drinking himself silly. Doesn't matter what kind of a damn ship it is. He hates them all.
And he's a dwarf.
Yeah. Whether it sails in the ocean, in the sea,
Doesn't
in the
matter.
sky, it doesn't matter. He hates ships.
He's in a giant wooden coffin, no matter how he looks at it.
Yeah.
Eh?
She says, what is Nightingale all about?
Well, truth be told, I don't know myself. I've been traveling with him for a few weeks now. He's been there when I needed him. I think there's maybe a past he's looking over his shoulder about, but don't we all?
Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't really have much to tell. Similar to yourself, it should be a tale that he tells you, not me.
I think that is fair. So I dare not go back in there, or I'll have to drink myself in a coma with Darrom. So I think I'll excuse myself to my room, and I will see you for dinner.
Sounds good, Diza.
She heads off downstairs.
I would assume it's about this time where Nightingale would have seen Douglan on deck and ran up to him and...
Nightingale, I got news for you.
Yes, Douglan, what is it?
Yeah. Diza says that her name is the Red Dagger.
The Red Dagger?
Oh, I'm just kidding you, lad. No, she came clean.
You think it's funny to joke with my life?
So I'm trying to release the tension.
She's known as Red Goosebumps.
Yes. Yes.
Rosie Goosebumps is
Yes.
like code name.
Well, truth be told, she came clean.
Mm-hmm.
She told me her name, Diza Shurshan, and she's not a gambler. She's a treasure hunter with some skill, I might add. And I point over to the two crossbows, right? Crossbow bolts.
Crossbow
Yes.
bolts.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she's promised to assist getting our patron, if you will, to his destination. But she did ask about you. She asked who you were and what you were about.
Douglan, what if she's the Crimson
Well,
person?
I did flat out
Shrivel.
ask.
I can't remember now. We called him the Crimson Shrivel for so long.
That's the
You've messed
spirit,
his
lad.
name up for so long. Don't
That's
know who
the
he is
spirit.
anymore.
Yeah.
Who's saying it's a he DM? Clearly.
Yes.
We have no idea.
Exactly.
Well, I did ask her flat out if treasure included humanoids, and she had a very uncomfortable reaction to that. And again, I'm pretty sure she was telling the truth. I rolled really high. Just
I believe it was a natural 20. I saw that.
There was something natural about what she told me.
Oh, there you go. Well
yeah.
played.
Yes. So, but I found it curious that she was asking about you. So, listen, whether you tell her your story or not, that's up to you. I said it's none of my business, but it's a little odd that she's asking about you. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I do draw the attention of most people, Douglan. You must admit I am fabulous.
And you look like a jester.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, let's just keep that one in the shelf as an unknown, Douglan. I think it's safe to say.
Something tells me, though, she wouldn't have shown her hand shooting the crossbows like that. But then again, who gives you a note if they're going to assassinate you?
Yes, exactly. I don't think this person's shying away from what they do, so.
Well, if I may, lad, the reason why I'm trying to make light of this is that something tells me this Crimson Shiver likes to see the pain before the death. He's trying to get in your head. He's trying to have you suffer. So don't let him. If it comes, it comes. We'll handle it.
Douglan, that's like telling me not to think about an onion, and you say the word onion. All I'm going to think about now is him torturing me.
Well,
Dear God!
then you let him win before he's even started.
You're right.
Do your diligence. Watch your back. But don't let it consume you, lad.
Easy for you to say.
Indeed. I know nothing of loss.
Ooh. Ooh.
Mic drop!
Oh, but anyway.
Would I be able to ask for a break? Yeah.
You've broken the seal, have you?
You gotta go.
We don't need to
Yeah.
share that with everybody, thank you.
Nope. That's sure. Absolutely.
People on
We
Twitch.
will
A break means
we'll take a quick break. Be right back. We are back. Ladder's empty. And we're ready to continue. All right.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned, so it's you left on noon on day one, and you're going to arrive early morning on day 3. So we can have whatever onboard shenanigans you would like. I will monologue through what's happening on the ship. If there's any points that you want to stop, just let me know.
The first night, Nightingale will make sure he asks Captain during dinner about him trying to rise to
so
ultimate
I was going to
altitude.
basically say that the rest of the day transpires. You guys spend some time exploring the ship. You find where Solana's kitchen is it's on the lower deck towards the front of the ship, the bow. That's where she spends most of her time. You get down into the hold, where all the cargo and everything is. You see where the crew quarters are off of the main deck, where the captain's quarters are. You get a good feel for the ship. And then towards the evening, you are all invited to join the captain for dinner. And it is Captain Darius and Solana. And you, for the first time, meet the other 2 people that are on board. They had gone straight to their room and hadn't come out before dinner, and
old
so
married couple.
It is the lot of you now at the dining table having dinner with the captain. They are they look like they are clerics of some sort. And as we said, based on their robes, most likely clerics of Gath. They are the last to arrive at the dinner table. And you're all there now, seated, enjoying your dinner.
Douglan is definitely going to, stand up when they come in and do
Bump holies with them.
bump holies with
Word.
Yes.
Pull it
Something
out.
like that. Yes.
Clink.
Yeah.
So they come in. They introduce themselves as Aaron and Beth Zastun. Zastun. Aaron and Beth. They are clerics of Gath. They are traveling to Coldhorn to help with a newly established temple there called the Temple of Promise. It is a temple to Gath. And you are all enjoying dinner. Any conversations you would like to have?
Douglan very much.
Fire away, buddy.
Yeah. I think I'll use the term eminence for them.
Okay.
Or lady, and yes. My name is Douglan.
Sister and brother.
There you go. That'll work. A little less high and mighty.
Brother Aaron and Sister Beth.
Sister Beth, Brother Aaron. The name is Douglan. You mind if I bend your ear a little bit about Gath?
Beth smiles to Aaron and says, "Well, of course. He does tend to dominate our conversations as well."
I am going to tell them what.
Excuse
happened.
you, man.
Sorry, that was my chair. I'm going to tell them what happened to me.
Okay.
All the way to what I thought was me in Gath's presence, and how I've been put back here. See if they know anything about what an Oath of Protector is, if they've ever heard of anything, but strictly just what happened to me. I'm not talking about anything that happened with Nightingale, with Anton, just
You're talking about basically that night where
I was,
became
in essence,
an oath of protection.
Yeah.
Oath of
exactly.
the protector.
Once Nightingale kind of sees Douglan, with some serious talk with these holy people, Nightingale will try to draw the conversation away from them into him and the others by, just being a bard.
Giving them some privacy, in other words.
Giving you some privacy, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay. So Brother Aaron says, turns to Douglan and he says, "Douglan, Gath, as all the gods do, work in ways that we often struggle to understand. It is clear from your story, which I want to assure you I believe wholeheartedly what you are telling me. I believe that what you are telling me is something that truly happened. It is not a vision. It is not a dream. I have heard many stories over the years that Gath approaches those that he has a as yet undetermined requirement from, and that only time will show you what that requirement is. Douglan, he clearly wants and needs something from you at some point. Those that are graced to become protectors are few. I've heard of this before. I wish I could tell you what it is Gath wants from you, but only he knows.
It's worth a shot. I'm doing my best here.
You are incredibly honored to become a protector. I, in my time, have only heard of a very few others. But Gath clearly has something he will need from you. You will just need to be ready when he calls.
I'm trying to seek the answers and they will find you. What does that mean to you?
They, Aaron and Beth smile to each other. There is a story within those that worship Gath that you must continue on the path of finding the answers you seek, and only then will those that are required to come into your life will come. Generally, when Gath gives you this, there are people that will come into your life, but only if you continue to seek the answers to the questions that you have. And only you know what those questions are, Douglan.
I wish I did.
But when Gath says they, he means people that will come into your life to help you find the answers.
A little bit of a light bulb goes off, or at least a flicker of thought, and he sort of turns to his new companions, all of them, and kind of nods his head like, okay, maybe that's what it's meant. I'm putting together something that needs to be brought together to succeed in whatever that might mean. Anyway, that's the way he's interpreting right now.
Yep. Beth, Sister Beth says, Douglan, my only advice that I can give you is don't fret that the events that must occur will occur. They always do. Continue to seek your answers, and you will find what you're looking for in the end.
All right.
And that's why you never date a hobby.
Right. That's awesome. I would like to though ask if we could do a quick prayer, the three of us, just off to the side, and then that's it.
Yep. The bus and the people on the bus and the bus and the people on the bus and
The big bus
On the
and the
bus.
little bus.
I bought a bus. Get on the bus.
So yeah, Nightingale was just trying to give you some privacy, distracting everybody else.
Works. As the three of them mumble to each other, your harpy story captures the room.
They'll tear your heart out.
Literally.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Awesome.
Nightingale
All right.
will ask
Go ahead.
the captain, be like, I've been told by significant sources that I should inquire about you trying to reach a maximum height in this ship. It should be an interesting tale.
Captain Darius starts to laugh. I see my daughter has been telling stories again. But, it is a tale worth telling indeed. You see, my family acquired the Dragonfly many, many centuries ago, and when I was first honored to be captain, I was maybe young for the task, as my father unfortunately passed early. But being the young lad I was, and, well, I wondered just how high the Dragonfly could go. So, during one of our trips between Vargas and Coldhorn, we encountered a bit of weather, and I thought to myself, well, maybe this would be a good time to see if we couldn't fly over the weather. I mean, it seemed logical. Ship would not encounter any potentially dangerous weather. So we climbed up and up, and it got colder and colder, and we climbed higher and higher, and then couldn't help but notice some of the crew were passing out. It would appear that the higher you go, the harder it is to breathe. And only for the sake that the Dragonfly drifted down after we had all passed out, I probably wouldn't be telling you this story today. Yes.
Landis is like elbowing Lafferty. Did you hear that? The higher we go, the less air there is.
Well, of course, I could have told you that because you know what. And then he just goes on about how, but if you look at the birds in flight, their lungs are much smaller and the air is much thinner up there. I could have told you that. I just mumbled this to Landis though, because
We don't want to interrupt the story.
Yeah.
So we have not tried to travel over storms since.
I guess
And
there's
unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we will be encountering a bit of a storm here later tonight. We can see the weather moving in just before darkness overtook the ship. So I do apologize. I do think it will be a little rainy and maybe loud, but do not worry. We are perfectly safe on the Dragonfly, and it will not affect the smooth traveling. It is one advantage of a skyship that I do enjoy.
Nightingale will be like, will this affect our arrival time, Captain?
No, it should not. Normally, we are only able to enjoy the use of our sails on the return trip.
Well, it should be an experience.
I think it will be, for those that are not familiar.
Sure, Darrom will enjoy every
before
moment.
everyone finishes up with dinner, I do customarily like to ask anyone that is willing to share what brings you to the wilds.
Landis will be like, exploration.
Yes, that's it.
If there is anywhere exploration is still of plenty, it is the wilds. Now, Darrom has enjoyed this trip several times before. I know Darrom is on business, and I have met Diza. What about you, sir? Pointing to Douglan. What is it that brings you into the wilds?
Well, Similar to what my new friend here, Landis, said. A little bit of exploration, seeing if we can't find some things. I live in a winery, and we're always looking for new, let's call it seeds, if you will. So I've been tasked with bringing some things back, see if we can't find some things to help the next crop.
Excellent. Excellent. And looking at Lafferty. Lafferty, we've had a chance to talk. I think I understand from our discussions. You probably are firmly in the exploration category as well. But you, sir, pointing at...
He doesn't even want to have him talk.
pointing at Nightingale. Yeah, he learned the first time with the roll of a 1.
He's like,
yeah, no thanks. You, sir, are of quite interest to me. I feel looking at you that maybe you're a performer of some type headed to Coldhorn?
Well, you have performer correct. My name's Nightingale, and I am a Penumbra bard. And I'm heading to the wilds because all the greatest stories come from the wilds.
Oh, I do agree. I have been flying this route for hundreds of years, and I've seen many come, I've seen many go, and if there is one thing that the wilds present, it is a good story.
Well, Captain, I've already got a good story.
Well, maybe you can add to it.
Well, it's hard to top a captain out of breath. Gives him a little wink.
And then he turns
not that he would
to
see it, but
yeah.
Crap.
Yeah, exactly. Little. And you, sir, looking to Landis. What brings you to the wilds and to Coldhorn?
I'll be 100% honest with you, Captain. I'm curious as to what might be discovered in the wilds. I'm a man of magic, and there are secrets abound this world about magic and the many things that can be done with it, such as your ship, the Dragonfly.
Well, Landis, the wilds, as I understand the world, is one of the largest unexplored areas that exists. If you are looking for the unknown, you are headed in the right direction.
Captain, I've read many journals and texts about the wilds. It is as Emathan was before the many crazy happenings. It should be very interesting.
Interesting indeed. You are quite right. Many do not know Emathan's history very well. Certainly not as well as us more aged races. But during other millennia, the wilds were actually the greatest and most powerful and populated area of Emathan. There is much to be explored in the wilds.
Yes, I find that the protected lands has lost much of what it could have been and what could have been known, and the wilds are a chance for a scholar such as myself to get a glimpse back in time, as it would be.
Indeed. One might describe, Landis, one might describe the protected lands as a hole that humanity crawled down into. They've missed so much of the world around them. They think that the whole is the world.
I could not agree more.
Well then, I must excuse myself. I have a watch to look over. Please enjoy the wine and the alcohol. Solana will make sure that your requirements for the night are taken care of. And as I said, I do expect a bit of wicked weather through the night, so it would probably be best if you stay off the outer decks. The ship will be smooth as silk, but I can't control the wind and the rain, so I'd best not have any of you blown off deck.
Well, thank you, Captain. We appreciate the warning.
All right, so you guys hang out. Aaron and Beth excuse themselves shortly after dinner. You all, Darrom, of course, is 39 sheets to the wind by the end of dinner. Diza's had tipped a few as well. And, you know, you're all just hanging out, and you start to kind of sense that you're getting into the weather that that they talked about. So it starts to get a little rainy, a little windy. You start to see flashes of thunder, and the weather that Darius said would be approaching is starting to come onto the ship as you get into the late evening, and having destroyed several bottles of wine each. And no,
Nightingale will suggest to the drinking party that perhaps we head down to Selena's kitchen. I do believe I saw a table there. Maybe we could pick up our drinking without having to walk through the elements later on.
all agree that that would be excellent. That there is most certainly a table down in the kitchen you could all have a kitchen party at.
It's where the best parties happen, I hear. Douglan, you agree?
I do.
As we're kind of walking down, Nightingale will look to Douglan and be like, "So, did you have a good chat with your holy folk?"
Indeed. Still, I think I'm on the right path, but, you know, these questions are never answered in a simple manner. So, but I think I'm headed in the right direction. I don't know how else to put it. So, thank you for distracting the rest there. A little bit of a private moment. Appreciate it.
It's the least I could do, Douglan. We'll head on down.
So you're all down in Solana's kitchen. She says, help yourselves. She's headed to bed. She's got to be up early to make breakfast. She brings out a bottle, she says, and hands it over to Darrom. She smiles and says, you'll know what to do with that poison. And she heads off to bed. It's dwarven brandy.
Oh,
Oh, dear Lord. I mean, a bit of breakfast came out of. That'll put hair on your chest, arms, face, and back.
Lafferty's like, he starts mixing something. He's gonna try to slip it into Nightingale's drink to dilute it a little bit.
All right, so you guys hang out for a while, drinking too much dwarven brandy, and all stagger off to bed eventually, and taking us into the next day. When you awake, the weather has changed none from when you all skithered off the deck down below. Still raining, thunder and lightning, wind, out on the main deck.
Colin, in our exploration of the ship, did they have anyone in the hold?
No.
Okay.
Nope. There's nobody in the hold right now. It's empty.
Well, Landis and Nightingale aren't going on deck unless there's an absolute reason. I'd rather not stand in the rain and wind.
And Lafferty's going to be studying
That book?
spaces that don't exist as much as you can.
All right. We're into the next day. You all make a very quick skither from the up on the main deck into the captain's quarters and eat your meals for the day. Have breakfast. Back down. Obviously, being on deck is not somewhere you want to be right now, as it's quite windy, cold, wet. At times it's almost sloppy snow that you're encountering at this altitude. And as you get into sort of late afternoon, you're all, well, actually, I will let you all determine where you are on the ship right now.
What time of day? Sorry.
It is a late afternoon on your second day. So I'm going to I'll throw you guys just on the ship and ask that you place yourself wherever you are.
Oh, there we are.
I think Lafferty's going to be in his room.
Yeah, you can literally place yourselves wherever you want to be on the ship. Whatever it is you happen to be doing at the time.
Douglan's going to be close to Nightingale. Where are you, Nightingale?
In the kitchen at the table.
Got it. Okay. He's
We're hanging out with Solana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Douglan's going to kind of be close to you.
Nightingale's talking to Solana about where is it here? Coldhorn. What he can find out about Coldhorn in casual conversation.
Why? You guys can't see that, but figured it out.
I don't even know where there's doors. Oh, I think it's right there. Okay. I got it.
That's a door there.
Yeah, and right there.
Yeah. That goes into her room.
Yeah, gotcha. As soon as I said it, I looked at it more carefully. And I'm like, oh, no, I can see where it's like an open door. There's no actual door there.
Yeah.
It's just like an archway. Got it.
All right. So you are all in your various locations on the ship. And up on the deck, you start to hear ship's bell starts ringing, and there seems to be a lot of commotion going on up there.
Nightingale will be like, Solana, what does that bell mean?
It tells the on-deck crew to get on deck.
Should we be worried?
Maybe a little.
Okay. Nightingale will look to Douglan. Perhaps we should get our things, Douglan.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
We'll begin to head back to our rooms, Colin. To weaponize, transform.
Okay. You don't have to move your characters around quite yet.
Sorry.
But we'll just assume you're. Well, no, actually, let's do it. Let's move to where you're headed to.
Oh yeah. Back to. I mean, to be honest with you, maybe it's uncouth, but knowing that we have an assassin after us, Douglan wouldn't be without his weapon. And quite frankly, I know it's uncouth,
That's fair.
but yeah.
But maybe you wouldn't be wearing your armor.
I don't know, man. But possibly. Anyway, we'll gear up. How's that?
So, yeah, the bell is just ringing as you guys are moving about the lower deck there. Solana basically grabbed her weapons and immediately took off for the main deck.
Can we see anything out our windows in our rooms? Take a quick peek.
No, it's just really crappy weather out there is all you can see out your windows.
I put my hand on Nightingale's shoulder and I say, there might be some danger out there, but that's usually when someone might strike. So keep your head on a swivel, all right?
If I got you at my back, Douglan, I think I've got good odds.
You do. Let's head
And
to the
should
top.
we head to the...
Yeah.
Okay.
Lafferty, get your ass out here. Let's go. Huh? What? Okay. What's up? What's going on?
We're going to go up the spiral staircase, Colin, and see what's going on.
All right, you get up on deck. So you get up on the main deck. You notice that Darius is on the aft deck with the helmsman. Solana is on the forward deck, the bow, with some of the men there. They all are fixated off in the distance. They're looking at something. Now you guys are down from where they are. You can't see what it is that they're seeing on those quarter decks.
Yeah. Douglan yells out to, does he see the captain?
Yeah, you can see the captain from there.
Captain, what's amiss?
It's pretty, between the wind and the rain and all, you got no chance of communicating with him from the main deck.
Okay, Douglan's gonna go up. Can he go up here?
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna introduce...
That's not where the captain is.
No,
Well,
he's back
he's-
there.
The captain's
back
in
here.
the aft deck. So I'm going to throw...
Some icons on.
We got our helmsman there. Some of our folk that are in various parts of...
Oh, I'm standing on someone. I apologize, sailor.
Darius
sailor.
Darius is, you can see him there now. He's standing with the helmsman.
Okay.
Star Sorrow.
So then I'll go.
Solana's in the forward deck at the bow. And I think you can see all the crew now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they are all fixated on something ahead that the ship is sailing towards.
I'm just moving off of a token.
Moving from on top of a sailor.
Yeah.
And Lafferty's gonna go up too.
Nightingale will be like, sailor, what are we looking at here? What are people that got us in a rough?
He says, you need to look ahead of us. Nobody knows what it is.
Can I look through Pez? Send Pez on ahead. Can he fly in this weather?
No.
Okay. I'll bring him.
Between the wind and the rain and all the rest,
Nightingale and Landis will join.
No bird can manipulate themselves through this weather up here.
Got it.
So, as you all make your way up the stairs and onto the forward deck, way off in the distance through the, like it's raining and You got flashes of lightning and clouds around you. There is this weird, wavy, shimmery wall that basically extends as far up, down, off either direction. But like it's almost the easiest way to describe it is when you see heat coming off of a really hot highway, and it's kind of just wavy and shimmery ahead of you. You can see that off in the distance, and the ship is kind of headed straight towards it.
Landis will walk over to Lafferty and be like, Lafferty, do you see what's ahead of us? What do you think this could be? This has to be magic of some sort.
May I do whatever check?
With advantage? Arcana?
Yeah.
Well, you tell me what you think it is and what kind of check you want to make.
Yeah, let's do Arcana.
Okay.
Landis will help.
They're like passing ideas to each other. Like, it could be the fluctuation and yeah.
So the only thing that Lafferty and Landis can determine, if this is magic, it's magic on a scale that blows their minds.
Okay. We share that with Solano. That this could be something immense. And we ask, have you ever seen anything like this on any of your travels?
Nothing. And I've sailed this for centuries.
Is the ship, does it always have to constantly be going in motion, or can you guys actually stop and hover?
Well, we can stop, but I don't think my father wants to.
Well, we may not want to go through this yet until we determine what it is.
Yeah, you've never met my father.
No, but I don't think your father's ever met something like this. Is that correct?
Perhaps we should go last.
You're
Lafferty.
talking about the man who tried to see how far up this thing would go.
Indeed, I understand.
Landis will look to Selena and be like, or Selena, be like, perhaps if we fire one of these big bows you got off the front and see if it can pass through this barrier before we get close, it might give us an idea.
That's a great idea. So she commands the sailor that's close by. He runs up, takes a position where the other guy, where they quickly load, and it would seem that Darius is just full speed ahead at whatever this is. Again, with the weather and all, it's so loud it's hard to hear what's going on, but he's clearly driving straight ahead. You're seconds away from entering whatever this is, and they fire a ballista, and the arrow fires forward, and it goes. You can see it goes through the wall, and you can see it come out on the other side. Like you're looking through the wavy, shimmery, but it just goes through it, and it's out the other side.
Well, we can presume it's not solid. But what other effect it might have on living tissue? Lafferty,
The ship is entering the wavy wall.
We're about to find out, Landis.
And it's just coming straight out, and you can see, the
field?
two sailors in front of you, enter it.
But they're skinless on the other side.
Even before you can kind of process what's going on, you are moving through the wall.
Nightingale instinctively holds his breath.
So when you travel through, like as the wall comes at you, you feel like there is like a warm wind that blows over your body just as the wall kind of meets up with you, like you were Barry, I don't think you've got to enjoy this, but I'll use it anyway. Egan probably understands this. It's like you walk from an air-conditioned room, or sorry, an air-conditioned building in Vegas out into Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden, you just this
Oh,
warmth
yeah.
just
I could
hits you.
feel that.
If you've been in Vegas, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It goes from cold and wet to just warm all of a sudden.
Oppressive heat.
Yeah, and there's a second when everything just kind of goes quiet. You know, the rain, everything around you, it stops. And there's a second where there's this huge heat transfer. It feels incredibly warm, and then you're in this huge black area, and all around you it is dimly lit, but there is no source of light. You are just looking at the ship in this black, dimly lit void all around you. And you immediately, the noise you're hearing is so loud that it's hard to communicate with one another. And all around you, there are thousands of these creatures that are flying around the ship. They look like, if you've seen pictures of when these huge flocks of birds all move around in these big, huge clouds, it's moving all around the ship. And these things are massive. Whatever they are huge.
Would Lafferty know that this is the in-between? Is this the in-between?
You don't even have time to think about that.
Okay. But we definitely feel like we've been transferred to some other place. We are in a whole different realm.
You can't hear the weather that you can't hear the ships of the sounds of the ships. You can't hear anything but these moans and groans and these flocks of whatever they are just circling the ship. And within a second or so of the Dragonfly entering this space that you're in, these things start attacking the people that are on the deck. And that
roll for initiative?
Roll for initiative.
I forget how to do that. How do you do that?
What do we do? I want to attack.
Yes. Lafferty is too entrenched in looking at what's going on. Like, this is fascinating.
A natural one.
Yes.
That's awesome. He's all like,
oh.
Yeah, he's like got a vial out. He's trying to catch some, essence.
Stopper it.
Yeah. He's like, what's this?
Landis is like, time and a place.
Yeah.
This is neither.
Snap him in the head.
All right, it looks like Landis has initiative, so no combat would be complete without
combat music.
Bom, bom, bom. Bom, 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 bom.
So Landis, these things are they're flying around the ship in all directions in this massive cloud, and you notice every now and then one of them breaks and is headed towards somebody on the ship.
It's the Crimson Shiver.
None of them have attacked anybody yet on the ship, but you can see, that some of these creatures have breaken
Broken.
off from these clouds of circling creatures, and they are honing in on people on the decks, including yourselves.
What do the creatures look like? Can I make a...
Can we get an image?
You can see them quite clearly. They look like strawberry shortcake.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Those are the worst.
Strawberry shortcake.
Strawberries red. Crimson.
Hey, I'm wearing red. I am my own worst enemy. I have a split personality called the Crimson Shiver.
Yes.
What the?
Holy shit!
That does not look friendly.
That's what they look like.
That is scary.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Were you hoping for something a little more friendly looking?
I was hoping for something that might be like, maybe it's intelligent and wants to be friends, but I
Yeah.
don't think so.
I would like to charm and make it my pet.
I
Oh.
will,
Landis. Landis von Tenebrin.
Landis will whip out his crossbow and take a shot.
Okay,
Okay.
you can't miss if you tried.
Okay.
These are gigantic.
And there are thousands of them flying around the ship.
I'm after the one that's broken off. It's coming towards us. Like how big
There's
are we
none
talking?
of them. They're probably about. So not including their tail, sort of from their heads to their asses, probably about 6 feet.
Okay.
And then they have another 4, 5, 6 feet of tail, depending on which one of them you're dealing with.
Actually, nope. I take that back. I'm not going to shoot my crossbow. This is a fairly dark area
it's-
we're in, right?
It's dimly lit, but there's no light source.
Oh, I've got just 1 second. You're going to love this, people.
Is it a new day?
Yeah.
Can I roll my elixir?
Sure. It's late afternoon on a new day.
Ooh.
Transformation.
Great. Just in time.
So,
I transform into a mouse and run away.
Yes.
you know, Landis is kind of thinking to himself, and he reaches into his pouch and he pulls out this gem and he holds it up towards one of these creatures that are coming towards the ship. And with a command word of taser beam. I'm just joking. He doesn't say taser beam. Some arcanic incantation releases this beam of light, brilliant light from this gem. It's hits one creature within 60 feet. The creature has to succeed on a DC 15 Constitution save or be blinded for a minute, as this light is just like intense. And that is coming from my gem of brightness that he's holding out, blasting this beam of light at this shadowy creature. I can't hear you.
Do you roll the save?
It says the creature must succeed on a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or be blinded. So I think it rolls.
Okay.
I don't have any effect because it's a magic item
Nope,
or anything
that's
like
okay.
that. So
The creature that you hit flies away from the ship. It definitely peels away. It does not like the light that you have cast upon it.
okay, then Landis, as his kind of thing, would be like, "We need to create light, brighten this ship up quickly." And that'll be the end of his turn. And he will move to a place that he can get like kind of a clear shot next to the helm so that he can keep this gem out and pumping.
All right. So our first Void Hunter, it comes down and basically engulfs this
Oh, that's Jim Bob.
sailor. This sailor that's on the ballista there. So this big huge creature, it comes down and he kind of turns towards it and it just wraps itself around him. He's completely engulfed by the thing.
Doesn't look good.
Is he hugging the sailor?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good hug that he's got on there.
Ugh.
All right, so he is going to... I didn't get to it now. Sorry, I literally have to move this guy off him a bit so I can see which sailor that was.
Sailor Moon.
All right, his attack hits.
Oh, Sailor.
He did.
Sailor 5, I barely knew you. Actually, Sailor 5 was my favorite. Of all the sailors.
All right, Darius. So sorry, before we go to Darius, so all you saw is this sailor became engulfed, and there's this big bony face that they have. It leaned backwards, and it almost like it just smashed through his skull down into his head, and just killed him in one strike. Darius has armed himself with a crossbow. He just shoots off at the nearest. He hits one of these things, which flies off again. There's so many. You can't miss if you just fire into the air. There's so many creatures up there. The next Void Hunter comes down and engulfs one of the sailors at the aft deck. Oh, he missed. He missed.
Thank goodness.
Diza appears from
hello.
the dining room and begins to arm herself with a crossbow.
Oh, it's on.
Solana runs up to help these guys reload the ballista at the front of the ship, which takes us to Nightingale.
That's how you spell her name.
Solana?
Diza.
Oh, Diza.
Yeah, I spelt it wrong. Nightingale will... Nightingale's going to take the dash action and across the ship headed towards the captain. So I believe it's 10 to get down the stairs, or Colin?
Yeah.
I can't count it from there. I guess I'm right here, technically.
Yep.
And then 15. I can't leave that square. And then I will, since I can't leave that square without being attacked, I will stab it with my short sword. This void hunter, as it's wrapped around this poor sailor. I'll try to stab it in its back.
They're collapsing to the ground. You know, the sailor's dead already, but they haven't hit the ground yet.
It. I wonder if I should get sneak attack with that, shouldn't I?
What criteria would you get sneak attack on?
There's an ally in its grasp.
A dead ally counts. Come on.
I'm feeling he's not that helpful to you at the moment.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, that's a good hit. And seconds after he stabs it, he's probably thinking that wasn't a good idea.
I immediately regret my decision.
Exactly. That's the end of Nightingale's turn.
All right. A void hunter comes down upon Douglas.
No, Douglan! My friend!
I get a 10-foot.
Pole arm pop.
Yep, you can have a pop at him as he's flying down at you. That is Void Hunter 16.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I can't get me to target him because he's covering me.
Just do it on the combat tracker.
Oh, like roll it over him?
Yeah,
Okay.
roll it over top of him on the combat tracker.
That's 16. Okay. Excellent.
You miss him.
Come to Papa.
All right, so this big thing just comes down and literally its big leathery wings just wrap around you, and it's making just this obnoxious, weird moaning, the sound you're hearing kind of all around you. So first thing, it's going to try to bite you. And it misses. And now, so this moaning sound that it's making as it approaches you. So each creature that can hear the moaning, and I mean you can all hear the moaning, but basically when it's in on you, you have to succeed on a DC 13 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened.
I'm frightened already. I don't even need to roll.
Oh, goody.
You succeed, Douglan. All right, that takes us to Sailor 8, who is busy reloading the ballista at the front of the ship. Sailor 17. Where are you, Sailor 17? Oh, he's down by Diza. He's also arming himself with a light crossbow. In the process of arming himself. And then we have another Void Hunter who attacks the captain and the helm. Well, he's going to attack the helmsman currently.
That poor sucker has his eyes closed. Ah, crap.
Not good for the helmsman.
Bitch.
Alright, so he attacks the helmsman. Not surprisingly, he hits.
Yeah.
The helmsman is dying.
Oh my goodness.
So the helmsman collapses.
Does that affect the ship?
Well, you can't tell what the ship is doing in the void. You've no reference. You don't know if you're moving or not moving, going up, down, circling. You have no reference whatsoever what you're doing inside of here. Douglan.
I'm gonna take a couple of cracks at this number 16. Am I still no, I'm not targeting, but that's all right. Where's number 16? Come here, buddy. Wow. Excellent. Let's do another one. Excellent. Can I go right there just to get away? Not all the way.
Yeah, no, like you're engulfed by this thing.
Oh, I thought it missed.
No, it engulfed you. You tried to whack it. It tried to attack you. You managed to avoid it, but you're engulfed in this thing.
So it's like an automatic engulf.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Copy that. All right. Back to the cuddling embrace of Void Killer number 16.
It is so just cuddly.
And the weird sounds that make you, want to crap yourself. It's cool.
Do you want me to remind you what it looked like?
It's good.
Cuddly.
Definitely.
It's so cuddly.
Yeah,
I see a new pair of shoes if Flint was here.
definitely.
Yeah. If Flint was here, it'd be a new set of shoes for sure. All right, well, Sailor 5 is dead. Okay. So we're almost at midnight. We're going to finish this battle. I have no doubt of that. But I need to take a break now.
Why, Colin? Why do you have to take a break?
No particular, just to mentally collect myself before.
Same, I need some mental collection as well.
Yeah, before we continue the
That's
battle.
what we're calling.
Yeah.
I need a mental release.
Absolutely, a release of some sort. So we will return shortly. We're back. Okay, so the next Void Hunter appears.
One day you'll become a warrior, Douglan. One day.
And it flies down on Landis.
Damn it all.
So Landis, it attempts to drive its bony face through yours. It hits.
With a 25, I think it hit everybody.
Yeah, sort of.
Ouch.
All right. You are heavily damaged and blinded by it smashing its big bony face into yours. All right. Sailor 2 is frantically trying to get the catapult loaded as he's looking across at his partner who is being demolished by one of these void hunters. Sailor 6, he fires his ballista. It tears through a half dozen of these things, but they're just
There's so
everywhere
many.
out there. Darrom comes staggering out of the
Go home,
the
Darrom. You're
deck.
drunk.
He is drunk.
Oh, me drunk. It's a natural state for this guy. Come on.
Yep. And another void hunter. This one comes down upon our Sailor 6 over here.
Darrom multi-main. Molten main, not multi. Molten.
Main. Molten lava
That's how
main.
you spell molten main.
All right.
What
It
a
hits
bitch.
him.
They are just killing us.
We're in their domain, man.
Oh, that sailor is alive, but he is badly damaged, badly injured, and blind. Takes us to Sailor 1. Doing Sailor 1, he fires his ballista, probably kills a half dozen of these things, but there's just so many of them out there. Sailor 20, same thing, fires off, kills a half dozen or more of them. Sailor 23 is... I don't even know where 23 is. And that takes us to Lafferty.
Lafferty, question for you. Since we have a little bit of a cover.
23 is wrapped up by... he can't do shit.
So there's no more wind and rain, right?
No more wind and rain. There's nothing here. No wind, no rain. You can't hear each other. All you can hear is this noise that you're hearing.
So that means my familiar can fly.
Yeah, your familiar can fly.
You really want to send your familiar up into a sky filled with thousands of these things?
Guys, I have a plan. I'm not
Okay.
that stupid.
Your familiar can fly.
All right. Well, let me first put the shiny token on here. He is going to go right here. He is going to, because an owl can do the help and action. And I'm going to, with advantage, shoot at Void Hunter 26. My familiar has what's called a flyby. They can go and they can, without causing a reaction, can fly away. They have 60 feet of movement.
Okay.
Awesome. All right.
So basically, Lafferty gets the help action on his attack.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's the gist of it. So he is going to fire off one of his. He's got like basically he points his wrist, and you see this sort of like mini catapult. It's almost like it's a sling, but it just like shoots out, like he just engages one of the these special glass bullets that he has, and he's going to bring out some heavy hitters here. He's going to do his acid bullet at number.
Please don't miss
26.
and hit Landis.
26. Did I target? No, I targeted.
You've targeted Landis so far.
That's what I told you not to do.
Sorry, man.
I'm not up for testing one of your things right now.
Why is it not taking it off?
I can remove it. It's okay.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's not targeting.
Maybe it's because we're sharing a space.
Yeah, that Void Hunter may be affecting your ability. Again,
Okay.
target him on the combat tracker and not the.
Got it. Okay, number 26 with advantage. Yes, all right. And this does a decent amount of damage, I hope.
Me too.
Yes.
I'm really hoping it does.
Nice.
All right. Okay, so then he's going to fly back here as a bonus action because that's what it is. It's a bonus action. From another side thing, just basically he grabs like a little dart and just hones it and chucks it right at Landis for a little bit of healing word, Lafferty style. So a dart just kind of hits you right in the neck and it dispenses its liquid, but you're like,
Ah, God, what is this?
You're killing me and
Where's
saving
Landis?
me.
Where are you,
Thought we
Landis?
were friends.
Where are you,
Take
buddy?
a point damage, but get healed.
Yeah, exactly. It's always -1, but
I'll
There
take
you go.
5, man. Thank you.
little bump.
Little bump.
I think, yeah. I think Lafferty's going to stay right there.
Okay. Takes us to Sailor 3, who's frantically loading the ballista. And back to the top of the order with Landis.
Holy, it's serious now. It's serious. So this thing is right in front of Landis?
It's around
No,
you.
you're engulfed by it.
I'm engulfed by it?
Yeah, so these they're like giant stingrays, for lack
Yeah.
of a better term, right? And soon as they just fall on you and wrap around you, and then their big heads are just trying to pound themselves into you.
That sounds wonderful.
It does, really. I think so.
I think it's beautiful. It's majestic.
I mean, listen to their song of their people in the background.
Mhm.
I honestly think that this is some form of communication. We're just not getting it. Like they are
Mhm.
releasing us from our corporeal forms into a higher state of freedom. That's all they're just trying to free us from life.
They've freed a few people already.
Well, in a act of desperation, well, he's like, because it's obviously like a cloak, like I can still move my hands and stuff, right?
Yep.
So Landis whips a few hand signals in and casts mage armor on himself.
Okay.
Better late than never. Not that guy. Where am I? Boom. And
AC 3 on Landis.
So, and that's it.
All right. Void Hunter.
And if possible, no. Now, a question for you. No, I don't answer my own question. I was about to go, if I go prone, can it still reach me? And as soon as I said prone, I'm like, no, that's no good. No prone.
Yeah, then it just falls on you.
Crits. Yeah.
Automatic crits, like, no, Barry, that's no good. Okay. I'm good.
All right, so Void Hunter 33, having already slain, it kind of just, it whips itself up and just kind of, in almost a blur, it turns and it attempts to engulf Nightingale.
I am not the highest AC kind of beings. What am I doing out in combat? I'm a bard.
It succeeds, so it engulfs you and it pounds that head into your face. Not the face!
That's kind of gross.
Not a lot of damage as it is,
My mask helped.
yeah, as it's just kind of engulfing you there.
Don't you have like a dodge, or is that later? For a rogue.
That's later in a rogue. All I have now is cunning
Darius attacks the Void Hunter in front of it with its... He pulls his scimitar and just takes a slash at this thing that has just killed his helmsman.
You get him, Darius.
And he misses really badly. Void Hunter 23, having just killed... killed a sailor. It leaps to the air and goes after Sailor 2. Which it succeeds in. And it kills Sailor 2.
We didn't need the sailors. They just need the one guy.
Just need one person. All right, Diza.
Come on, girl.
There's a need for you to save me. I'm wrapped up in this thing.
She moves. And with the crossbow she has, she takes a shot at Void Hunter 33.
Ah, I knew she loved me. Sensed it.
Oh, and she misses.
Maybe it was just a short crush for a split second.
Selena.
Sort of a token shot, really.
Yeah, just
Them-
yeah, I
let
tried.
down easy.
You're
So-
dead. You're dead.
Selena and the crew fire off the ballista. It tears through probably 24 of these things. And she's quickly realizing that's not going to help. Nightingale.
Well, my last will's in order.
I hope.
It's send Douglan to find Melton.
If nothing else,
Find
find
him.
Melton.
I am going to, in all panic, and because Landis had said something shortly before about lighting it up,
Yeah.
in the arms of this thing, he kind of reaches back and touches his lute and then casts fairy fire to light himself and whatever he can up in some fancy lights. And guess what I get to use?
Tokens.
But Jenga, let me get rid of one of
Bajinga.
them.
Get them both. Get them both.
Can I move it there? Oh, you got to okay it all.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
Target
Yeah.
both of them.
Hang on, I got to move it back one little bit right there.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think you have a better chance of getting them both.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let me open this up and I'll go target.
Excellent.
For that, Void Hunter 33, Sailor 1, Void Hunter 12.
Holy moly.
Oh, it's just
Wait, you don't-
everywhere.
Is it everyone? You can't choose?
No.
I want
Anybody?
to
Each
be
object, yeah.
flaming, because if these things are afraid of light, maybe it will let me go. So it was the only one that passed and the rest of us failed. Whatever.
No, Diza failed or succeeded too.
So now I just hit effect, or do I got to
Just
drop
hit
it on?
effect because everybody's still targeted.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Nicely done.
So now
It
the
worked.
Void Hunters, or at least the one of them, lights up in like this bluish purple flame, including
So,
myself.
Is it not the one that's on you though?
Yeah, it didn't light up, but I did.
Okay, gotcha.
I lit up, Sailor 1's lit up, and Void Monster 12 is lit up.
Okay, gotcha.
So, unfortunately, that does mean that things have advantage to hit me, but hopefully they won't because I'm on fire.
All right, that takes us to Void Hunter 16, who is tangoing with Douglan. Douglan, it makes another attempt to drive its big bony head through yours.
It's going at your hardest part.
Yeah. I'm wearing a chastity belt. Son of a bitch.
Natural 20. Holy curamoly.
I obviously lost the key to my chastity belt.
All right.
And he shoves his head
through yours.
All the way through.
Ouchie!
And you are blinded.
Blinded by the light.
Oh my word. We were getting our butts handed. This is what Colin was like. If I'm going to go away for a while, I'm going to take you all with me.
I want a total party
Total party kill. Awesome. Not a chance. I've got a wand. I just got to use it.
Son of a bitch.
All right. Sailor 8, who has the same idea as Solana, realizes attacking anything outside of the ship is fruitless. He pulls his sword, jumps down, runs over, and attacks Void Hunter 26. He hits. That gets a good slash against the creature. 17, who has now drawn a bow, takes a shot at Void Hunter 12.
Oh, and he would get advantage, I hope. Yes.
He does indeed, and he hits. Ooh, he pounds one into that creature's. Void Hunter 13 attacks Darius.
No, Darius.
It misses hard and flops on the deck. Douglan.
Douglan is blinded.
Mm-hmm. He's just
But you're encased in this thing, so you're pretty comfortable where it is.
Yes. I assume, though, I have disadvantage on my attack.
You do.
That's all right. And I can't use my vow of enmity because I can't see the creature. You see how that works?
You can't see anything.
I cannot. But I will take a shot at number 16. Where are you, darling? Where's 16, darling? There, where?
Right across from Douglan.
No, I know that, but I can't target. Where are you, man?
Because there's overlapping you can't target.
There you go. All righty, let's take a blind shot. Of course not.
Oh, it's a miss because you're.
It's a miss because I've got a disadvantage. Let's try
all
again.
Blinded and everything.
Awesome.
Some excellent misses.
Yes, beautiful.
Yeah.
I have been neutered.
A few
All
hits.
right.
Yes.
Void Hunter 26.
I haven't rolled above a 5.
Attacks Landis, attempting to drive its big bony face through Landis's.
Do.
It hits.
He has advantage because he's grappled or whatever.
Nope.
He's
Or-
blind.
Oh, because he's blinded. Can't dodge.
Oh, you take another just pounding into your skull from this creature's big bony maw.
Big bulbous, baby.
Okay.
All right, we got Sailor 6. He will attack Void Hunter 12 with his scimitar. And he misses. Darrom, who has somewhere found a spear, or something that would appear to be a spear, makes his way over and attacks Void Hunter 12. He is a staggering menace, but he's going to do it.
This is where he kills Sailor 6.
Could be. He's drunk, he's got disadvantage, and he misses. Void Hunter 12. He decides to take an attack on Darrom. Oh no, sorry. He's already engulfed Sailor 6, so he has to continue to attack Sailor 6.
He's going to eat him.
He hits Sailor 6.
With a
I'm
six.
not feeling good about Sailor 6.
I don't think he's gonna make it, guys.
Nah.
I don't think he's gonna
Oh,
make
look,
it.
Sailor 6 is dead.
These guys all had.
Oh,
red
and
Star
Sailor
Trek
6's
shirts.
mama had such great hopes for him. Sailor 1 is going to draw his sword and attack Void Hunter 33 that has Nightingale engulfed.
Truly, this man appreciates art. Save me.
He hits. And gives it an incredible mosquito bite.
Ah. Grabbed a penknife instead of the sword.
20 is still hoping that he will shoot down independently the thousands of the Void Hunters that are swarming your ship, and fires his ballista into the unknown.
Let's hope he finds us a way out.
Sailor 23. He's still alive?
You're like, what?
I thought he was dead. He fires the catapult. It's firing a ball, fair-sized ball of lead. It probably tears through 24 of these creatures who fall into the abyss below. But it means little to the thousands that are circling your ship. Lafferty.
Lafferty's like, I don't think you need to waste your time with those. Maybe pay attention to the ones that are eating your friends. So he's gonna send his familiar for a little stick and move on number 26 again. And he's gonna shoot off another acid bullet. See if he can't get this thing off of his new friend. His study buddy.
Study buddy. Hey, come on, study buddy.
Come on, man. Come on.
I have barely shown you the secrets of the universe.
Come on, study buddy. You can do it.
Oh, I didn't put it over the guy.
Oh, rookie move.
Total rook.
Do you even remember how to combat?
I don't. The problem is, you guys, it's not letting me target this dude.
You gotta do
That's
it in the combat tracker.
I know that now. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately, when they're overlapped with good old Fantasy Grounds, yeah.
Where is 26? Where are you, buddy? Where is 26? Where is
Right
there?
below Douglan.
All right, there he is. All right, let's do this guy right there.
Yeah.
All
Oh
right.
yeah, look at that. A 19.
Okie dokie. Right there.
Oh, those things are deadly.
They're still alive. What are you at? You are. Oof.
I don't. What do you mean? What am I at? I'm
I
hurt.
see. I
I'm
see.
hurt, brother.
Yeah, I gotta do it. I'm gonna. What do you
Holy
call
hand
it?
grenade me. Do it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm gonna shoot another dart in his neck.
Will you
Holy,
stop that? Ah!
holy hand grenade me.
Come on, come on.
Oh, that's a good one.
All right,
I'll take
we'll do
6.
that. All right, all right.
I might survive the next face pounding.
And then my familiar flies back. Stick and move. Stick and move. All right, that's
Lafferty's turn.
I would like to
Alright.
note that Lafferty is the only one that has damaged these creatures so far of the 4 of us.
Yep.
I would
Sailor
like to mention
3. Where are you, Sailor 3? Oh, he's up at the front. He realizes, like the rest, it is futile to try and fight the thousands of these things that are surrounding you. So he runs back and attacks Void Hunter 26. He hits.
Yes.
Oh, he gives her a good slashing across the back.
that. These things are tough.
Yes.
All right. So suddenly, all around you on the ship, it is the darkness is breaking away. You know, those of you that are in the front of the ship, so starting with Landis and then Douglan, Lafferty, Douglan. All of a sudden, you know, you're just bright light engulfs you, and it's very similar as to when you entered, except in reverse. So this burst of warmth that you came into is suddenly a burst of cold air that engulfs you. As bright light, like it's just blinding to you, engulfs everybody. And the sound goes away. And all of a sudden, all you're hearing is the ship again. And the confusion that came with dies off. And
Died.
you find the ship is sailing out into this bright, sunny day.
Are the void monsters still there?
No, anyone that was engulfed or anybody that was, you know, in the area of one of these monsters, they're just gone.
So Douglan's gone.
Nope, nope. Like, so Douglan was engulfed in this thing, and all
Uh-huh.
of a sudden, Douglan, there's just this explosion of light and cold all around you. This creature is just gone.
Got it. That's a relief. I thought I was gone.
Should we see who's hurt, who's alive?
Yeah, for sure. I run over. Well, Lafferty's going to run over to Landis and see if he's okay. Grab his darts. Sorry about that. Puts them back in his holster. Refills them.
So sorry about that. hey, sorry about that.
Sorry, man. Listen, It gave you a little juice, huh?
So you guys are out now. It is this bright sunny day. Like all the weird sound and the warmth and dim light. That's why you're like semi-blinded by the light that's around you. All of the void hunters have just disappeared. And you are all, your eyes are trying to adjust to the light.
Is Douglan still blind?
And as quickly as you weirdly entered this world, you're back into. But what's strange is seconds ago or minutes ago, it's hard to tell, you were in this massive thunder and lightning and rainstorm, and now you've entered. It is a bright, beautiful, sunny day around you.
It's quiet enough for Douglan to yell to the captain. Or
yeah, you're back to where you were before, where with a strong voice you communicate across the ship.
Well, then I'll yell, Captain, are we still on track here?
You can see that Darius, like everyone, kind of disoriented by what's happened. He steps into the helm position and he puts his hands on the two globes and closes his eyes, and a couple of seconds to go by and he lets go, and we're good.
Who needs healing? Yells out. Landis?
Everyone.
Are the ones that got engulfed gone? I mean, the ones that died gone?
They are crumpled bodies on the deck.
Nothing remains. I can't.
They're there, but they're dead.
Okay.
They're dead.
Dead? Because Douglan was going to go and give one to each.
So they like the ones that got their faces pounded in, that's the state that they're lying on the deck.
Okay. Well, Douglan's going to try to put one and one and one to see if I can get them back up.
They're dead.
Okay.
Yeah. They're not dying. They died.
Got it.
Well, if Nightingale will be like, run up to Douglan and be like, Douglan, don't forget I was given this wand from your uncle. It can heal us.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. And I will go around healing people. Let's see what the healing wand can do. It can heal maybe you. So cure wounds I can cast for, what is this?
Yeah, but the dead are dead.
One charge.
Dead are dead.
Got it.
Their faces, their whole heads are just caved in, where these creatures just pounded their bony skulls into them.
Got it.
I will cast mass cure wounds, Colin.
And who are you aiming that at?
That will go. Nightingale, take a little. Any of my crew, Douglan, Landis, and if there's a spot left, and I can maybe, is Selena hurt at all?
Nope, she didn't get attacked at all. The only of your group, it's only Douglan and Nightingale and Landis that got wrapped up and attacked.
Well, that's who it'll be for then.
Okay.
It'll give us 3d8 plus my spell casting modifier.
So just target them.
Okay. Where's... So I don't actually have a spell to cast with this, right? It's a wand, so I don't have the spell to target. Even if I target them, I don't have a spell to cast on them.
I think if you click on the wand, within it is the spell, I think.
Yeah, but that still doesn't give me anything to drop on somebody.
Okay,
To
so you probably have to what is it? D4?
It's 3d8 plus my spell casting modifier, which is a 3. So it's 3d8 plus 3.
Okay, what? I think we'll have to set that one up in
Yeah.
your actions.
So I'll just do modifier 3. Oh, that's 33.
Yeah, just roll it and then
Yeah.
we'll apply
Okay,
it to everybody.
so Douglan gets 21
Okay.
hit points.
Yeah, Douglan's back.
Sweet.
Okay.
Nightingale,
Is back to full.
and then
Well, it's 1. So mass healing word is mass cure wounds is
19.
one spell for 3 people.
You're all okay.
Yeah, we're all okay.
Kids are all right.
Everybody's good except for those that died.
So
Sorry, guys.
on the ship, obviously those that are still alive are immediately running to where their shipmates have fallen. They're unfortunately they're dead.
Darrom, okay?
Diza, yeah. I mean, he came over in his drunken stupor and took a whack at Void Hunter 12. Succeeded in hitting it. Diza has run up on deck where you guys all are. And she runs over to the edge of the deck, close to Landis. And she's looking just off in the distance, and she turns to Landis and she goes, Landis, what's wrong with this situation?
Have a look. What do you mean?
She's pointing off, basically off the ship into the distance. And she looks horrified.
Okay. What do I see?
Landis, give us a perception check.
Oh, yeah. That's a natural 10.
Yep. So
Even
you
Steven,
just
baby.
hit the mark. So
Nice.
good for you. Landis, Diza's pointing off into the sort of the lands around you, right? What you immediately realize what she's pointing to, and before you entered that wall, there was a lot of winter and brown left around you. All around you now is the green of summer.
Some time traveling.
And gentlemen, I think this is where we'll stop.
Cool. Right on. Oh my goodness.
Egan, yours is the reaction we were waiting for. What's going on?
I was gonna RP it, but yeah, immediately like, oh, we came into sunshine. What?
Yeah.
That's why I yelled out, "Where are we?" But
right place,
when he
wrong
said,
time.
"Oh, we're fine," yeah,
Different
something
time.
happened, man. Did we go 88 miles an hour? And is this ship called the DeLorean?
Yep.
No, it's called the Dragonfly.
The McFly. Okay.
Excellent.
Oh man.
Yeah, all around you appears the green of summer.
Damn. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm proud of Lafferty. He actually hit something.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him. He actually hit something.
You'll have to get like
Yeah.
a little sound effect, call it, of like a water drip. Bloop. And every time he hits people with those things. Bloop.
Yeah, actually, we could probably work that out. Actually, it's
Yeah, a
within
little
reach
glass
and
shatter
all.
sound.
All right,
Right.
I'm going to sign us off for the night, and then we can compare any notes or anything else we need to. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That was a lot of fun. All right, I will sign us out.